Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on the John Campea YouTube channel. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it? Especially if you love the movies.
There's a company called Hot Toys, and they make these insanely realistic, renderings of characters. They do them for all the Marvel characters or whatever, and they look so much like you. It's disturbing, actually. Like, scary. They look so much like you, but they're tiny. They're like 18 inches or something like that. They actually that's what's crazy about that company is they hand make they carve the mold. The mold of
That's crazy.
It's wild.
Robservations with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Well, greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, Robert Meyer Burnett, and this is Midnight Musings, number 47. Why am I speaking like this? No idea. I just thought it would be a nice way to start off this new episode, since we missed a week, since my cohorts in crime were in Old Blighty attending the Star Wars celebration. My God, I think it's time to give that voice up. Let me bring on, you know her, you love her, all the way. Well, actually, she's still coming to us right now from London town. She's still in the UK. You know her, you love her. She is.
Hello, Robert, and hello, everybody in the chat watching along. It's so good to be back on Midnight Musings, Robert.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, you're still in London. You've been there for like 3 weeks, you said, or you're going to be there for a total of 3 weeks?
Yes.
What's your favorite thing about the UK?
Honestly, it's the people and the culture. I love British culture and the people, and it's been amazing. And, of course, I do also enjoy visiting the different sites. The different palaces and castles and things.
Have you met any MI6 agents or any MI5 agents?
No.
Are you sure? Because they wouldn't tell you if they were.
That's true. That would have been unbelievable. No, I haven't met anybody like that.
Have you had any fish and chips in a pub?
Yes, I have. Yes, I had fish and chips in a pub where they filmed The Sandman, Robert.
Oh. The Hob Gadling episode where he meets Hob Gadling?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, did they have like pictures of it up on the walls now?
They didn't, but I sat in the booth where they filmed the actual episode, and I had fish and chips right there in that pub, Robert.
Did you have a pint?
I had a pint of cider, yes.
Nice. Oh, you're doing it up right. Wow. All right, well, actually, let me just ask you. Was this your first Star Wars experience, Star Wars celebration that you went to?
No, this is the second one. I went to the one in Anaheim last year.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I remember that. Okay, so first of all, are there differences between British and American Star Wars fans?
Yes, there are. I guess it's just the culture is different. So, still love Star Wars, but just, have a different approach to looking at Star Wars. I think they're wonderful fans, and they're very friendly and welcoming, a lot of fun to hang around with. They do like to have a good time as well, and they appreciate Star Wars. So there was just some wonderful experiences that we had while being here. It's been absolutely amazing, Robert.
How's the cosplay game in old UK land?
It's it's
Is it
it's on
comparable?
point.
It's on
It's
point.
comfortable. It's on point. The creativity is up there. I think that there are a lot of fans who where cosplay is in their blood now. And it feels good to see that. For me, the cosplay highlight were the crew of people who dressed up as prisoners from Narkina 5. And
Really?
yeah, and they started running saying, "No way out, no way out." I mean, it was just one of the coolest things I've ever seen. I ordered the uniform for it, but I didn't get it in enough time to bring it here. And, but I got their contact information, so they told me the next time they do the run, I'm welcome to join them. So that was definitely one of the cosplays I enjoyed so much. All the prisoners from Narkina 5 running through the halls of the Excel Center, screaming "No way out." They even had a guy, Robert, who dressed up, who was the older guy who unfortunately died, and he had that cogwheel, which was part of the Death Star. They had somebody who was like that, like he was holding the Death Star part in a cart or something. It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. I think I have a picture of the guy. I kind of have the video that I took of it while I was there, and I'll just play it, I guess, since I got your attention.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it was amazing, and I didn't even know they were there. I just want to show you the guy with the cogwheel because I was just so shocked that he was even there. He's an older gentleman. I don't know if this is a good photo of him, but he passed right by me, and it wasn't until later on that I realized that he's actually holding a life-size replica of the wheel that where they built the Death Star. It was just so cool. One of the coolest things I'd ever seen. Here he is again, in the photo. You can see him holding it.
Oh my. I mean, wait, hold that up again. Leave it for a few
Yeah.
minutes, seconds.
Yeah.
That thing is huge.
It was
It's,
huge.
did he carry that around with him like all day?
Yeah, for a good portion of the day, yeah.
My God.
It was
Okay.
unbelievable. It
British
was
fans are
unbelievable.
officially my favorite fans now.
And it was just remarkable. I mean, I have to say that it was what I was looking for and had so much fun, and it was really enjoyable. I think it had a different tone to it because it was a European, Star Wars celebration.
Oh yeah.
Um, so it was really wonderful. Met a lot of people who go to cons in Europe. And they talked about the different cons there. This is my first con in Europe. I've never been to a con in Europe before.
Now, but you said that the sci-fi culture. I mean, it to me it would be, obviously England with its mythological, growing up with the Knights of the Round Table and all the, I mean, Lord of the Rings, and it's the home of C.S. Lewis and the home of Tolkien, and there is obviously the monarchy and all that. We don't. You can go drink in a 1,200-year-old pub. I mean, if there's any
Yes.
left. I mean, and the palaces. We just don't have that. We don't have that culture at all in this country. It's like Richard Harris in the Clint Eastwood movie Unforgiven. No one would think about assassinating a king or a queen.
Yes.
you know, but that's so cool. That you have. What other now have you? Did you get to go to Port Marion in Wales and visit the place where they shot the prisoner?
I didn't, and I also didn't get a chance to go to the film sites of Andor here in Great Britain either. Like I didn't get around to do it. I wanted to because some of the sites that they filmed, some of the settings and the site locations are right here in the UK, are easily accessible. So unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to do that, but I might get a chance to do it later on in the year if I come back. So I'll kind of do that and not kind of like have to think about Star Wars Celebration at the same time because like a lot of focus was on Star Wars Celebration, and it did kind of take a lot of my time and energy to do that. So I'm giving myself a bit of a break, even though I've been here for a while. But no, I didn't get a chance to do that. But I'm still very very happy because of all the people that I met, and of course other YouTubers who are here in the UK and in Europe. I met a few of them whose names I can't exactly remember, but their real names. But they were wonderful to hang out with. It was just really such a phenomenal experience.
Now, I noticed you got to actually take a phenomenal photograph with Mr. Andy Serkis.
Yes.
That which I mean, he has a great big smile on his face when you're taking a picture with him, like you made him extremely happy. So, what was it like meeting some of the stars?
Well, he's the main star that I wanted to meet. And, of course, I've been watching him for 20, maybe 25
Yeah.
years now. And, clearly, it's not a question of talent because he is incredibly talented. And he has done a lot of the stop motion capture roles. But recently, I've seen him in three roles that grabbed my attention. And the first one was when he played Alfred in The Batman.
Oh my God, he was so good.
He was really good, and I really enjoyed that performance, and then I watched him, of course, in Andor as Kino Loy, who is the line operator, at Narkina 5, who just
Yeah.
was had such great chemistry with Diego Luna that, I really just I've rewatched that episode so many times when he gets on there and he's like, "On program," and it's just, like, so good to like, the vibes of it are so good, and then I saw him in a Luther film, which recently came out,
How I
where
saw that. How great was he in that?
he plays the bad guy, and I told him, I said, "I really enjoyed that." I said, "You scared the heck out of me, and I loved every minute of it." And Andy Serkis told me that he almost didn't take that role because of the controversy associated with abuse of the internet. And I thought that was really interesting, but boy, I don't think anybody could have perfected that role the way he did. I'm still terrified of that character, thinking that he might pop up somewhere, although I don't really, I think he possesses a certain quality when he takes these roles, and you have to have that against Idris. Because Idris made a movie where he fights a lion, and that was a good film. Like
The Beast, or Beast.
yeah, so I was like, "Gee, this is kinda entertaining. I'm watching a man fight a lion, like, this doesn't even make any sense."
Come on, it
But
turned you on. You loved it.
it was so exciting. I didn't know what Idris was gonna do, but my point is that Andy really I felt like it was great to kinda, like, see his face even.
Right.
All this time, he has the ability to play these dramatic roles, and, I thought it was very funny that he is playing a prisoner. You were talking about different things or projects that he's working on. I mean, I think that he's so incredibly talented, and you need to have a certain personality to play a role of a prisoner. Like it can't just be anybody who plays that, and
Oh
for it
yeah.
to translate through the screen. So I told him I just so fascinated by the work he did, and of course. I was supposed to take the photo with him at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I missed it. Like I went with Russell Whitfield, who I'm staying with, who's been such a gentleman and has been taking care of me. I was kind of sick, and he really is such a gentleman. I have to say, what a gem he is, and also a creator too. I do my Sunday brunch show with him. Just a phenomenal person, and I went the next day to take the photo, and of course, I spoke to you, Robert, about what Andy is interested in, and I did get his attention. That's why his face is so illuminated because I started to talk to him about, of course, Tango Shalom, and it caught him quite off guard, and he was very surprised. And he's such a gentleman, Robert.
Well,
Andy
yeah,
is just a gem.
he's working on a project that the director of Tango Shalom, Gabe Bologna, wrote with his other writing partner, and hopefully they're going to make that'll be Andy's next movie. He was going to make it a couple years ago, but then he got Venom 2 to direct, so he did that. But I met Andy the first time 20 years ago when I was working on the Lord of the Rings extended edition special features, and when I first met him, we met at a bar here in Hollywood, and I said, I got to tell you, I loved when you were in 24-hour Party People. You played Joy Division's manager, which I
Yes.
loved, and or producer, their producer, and you're producing their record, and he just loved the fact that I knew that he was in that movie. But he was he's such a nice guy.
Oh, he's absolutely wonderful. He took the time to talk to me. He didn't have to. He could have said, "Oh, you know that," or he really wanted to know how I knew. So he held my hand very gently, and he's like, "How did you know about that?" And of course, from day one, Robert, I remember when Tango Shalom premiered at the Brooklyn Film
Yeah,
Festival. And I thought maybe you would come out to New York, and of course, it was still during like the COVID time and everything.
Yeah.
It really wasn't ideal to kind of be flying around. But everybody who was in New York at the time, like Renee Taylor, who I'm assuming lives in New York, I'm not sure, but I imagine she
She
does.
just celebrated her
Was
90th birthday.
Yeah, she's still going strong. She looks fantastic at the premiere. I don't know whether Kazan made it or not, but a bunch of stars that I knew, and I remember hearing. I thought was it Gabe or was it uh
There was Jose and Claudia were there too.
it was Claudio. It
Yeah,
was
I'm
Claudio.
sure it
And
was.
Claudio had gotten up there and he started talking about how important Tango Shalom is and why he made the film. And it was honestly, Robert, it was wonderful because, as you know, that first premiere airing of the movie, I mean, it wasn't the very first worldwide premiere, but in the United States, maybe in New York, it was the first one. And so, when you attend that first airing and they show the names and the credits on there, everybody's like, yeah, like there's a lot of cheering. It's very exciting. I even took a snapshot like when your name appeared in it. I was like, oh yeah, I know that guy. And I went up to Claudio, and Claudio's like, oh, who are you? And I'm like, well, I'm very interested in this film. I think it's fascinating. I think it's a film that's worthwhile. And he's like, who are you? And so of course I explained that I'm a friend of yours and everything. And I said, something, I think it's very interesting, Claudio, that you said you wanted to make a film that promotes peace in the world. I said, as soon as I heard that, I said that film immediately grabbed my attention. It's impossible to dislike this film. I think it has cultural significance, worldwide significance. As you know already, it's been recognized by the UN as in multiple awards. And I think it's a movie that will probably be shown in a number of different film schools, as time goes on.
Oh,
As an example.
well, I have to tell you, I think Tango Shalom is added to the Sky store in the UK tomorrow, or it would be
Wow.
today. So April
Hmm.
15th. So Tango Shalom is now available in Scotland, Ireland, and England as of,
Yes.
so it's today on the 15th where you are now. For those of you, so there might be some new people here that you've heard this story a million
Yeah.
times. So
Yeah.
I produced and edited, and I was the VFX supervisor and the post-production supervisor and the voice of Moses, a movie called Tango Shalom. It's a very low budget labor of love. It's very Borscht Belt, old fashioned humor, but it is available. You can stream it on Peacock and you can stream it on Amazon. But I produced the film. It's funny because I don't talk about it anymore, and and what's really funny is that I've been arguing with people online, like on Twitter. People have been coming after me, yelling at me about Star Trek Picard, and like, what have you ever done? And well, I do have a movie streaming on Peacock. I mean, you might not like it, but I do have it. And what people don't understand about true indie cinema, I mean, Tango Shalom is independent all the way
Yes.
to the point where when it opened in Times Square, it did open at the AMC in Times Square. We had people literally going out on the street and passing out flyers. Please come see our
Hmm.
movie. And
Yeah.
that weekend,
I believe we see it at the AMC 12 in New York
yeah,
that time.
and we were in deadline that weekend because our
Yeah.
per screen average was so high. But what people don't understand is when you make an independent movie, it's an ongoing business concern. It's not like a studio movie that gets released and you look at the box office. An independent movie earns money for years. It takes years. It used to be that way for like when John Carpenter's Halloween opened. It used to be like in the 70s, movies would play regionally, and sometimes it took 2-3 years for a movie to earn out, to play through all the. So
Hmm.
yes, so Tango Shalom and Andy Serkis was a huge supporter of the film and really liked it, and that's how he and Gabe hooked up.
And he mentioned that he knew Gabe, and he says, I know Gabe. And I said, well, I know him too. I mean, I haven't actually met Gabe, I don't think, Robert, but it's Claudio who I think I met.
Yeah.
And you said you sent my photo over to Gabe. I mean, that was so nice of you
Oh,
to
he
do. I'm
he
sure
f- he loved it. He loved that you
really.
saw. Oh man, that you saw Andy. Loved it because they've been working on this project together for like 3 years now. So it
Yeah.
takes so long to get movies
It does,
off the
and
ground.
Andy was so excited, Robert. I had no idea his reaction would be that way. Clearly, he's very passionate about the project. He's very passionate about anything Gabe comes up with, And it really was great to see another artist get that level of enthusiasm, because we know they get excited about projects, but we don't always see that. We see the finished product, and sometimes we see interviews, but this was really like
Oh yeah.
his he you could see by the look on his face in the photo, that it really did kind of make him very happy to hear another person kind of praise and acknowledge the film. So that was very, very exciting for me, Robert. And I was kind of hoping if Andy was still in London somewhere, maybe we'd run into each other. But I told him I would see him at another premiere. I'd see him at the premiere for one of his films.
which could, hopefully it'll be the movie. I guess I can't say what it is. I don't want to say
Right.
what it is, but
Right.
if it happens, it looks like it's happening. And if they do it,
Yes.
it probably is going to start shooting in September. I
Do
would
you know where
imagine
shooting might be taking place?
in Europe. Yeah,
Okay.
it's probably in the Czech Republic, I would imagine, but maybe
Okay.
somewhere else. I'm not quite sure. Not
It's
quite sure.
it's
But
exciting. And also, I wanted to mention that I also managed to get. I had a poster. I bought some art. I didn't want to. I don't know if I can unravel it, but I had like he
no, keep
signed
it
some.
packed up because you have to travel.
Well, yes, and I do. I don't have much more time, Robert, but I did want to mention that I met Denise Gow, who plays Dedra Miro from Andor, and she is such a lovely woman. And Russ was with me, and he asked her a question about, when Cyril grabs Dedra, when he grabs her, um, what's going on between the two of them? And she had mentioned something about saying, well, she's not quite sure what type of relationship the two of them have together. And it's very interesting because I think it's going to turn into something that, we can't even imagine or expect. I think that they've created a lot of enthusiasm. Ironically, after I saw her, I also saw the guy who plays Cyril on the floor, on the floor of Star
Yeah.
Wars Celebration. His name is Kyle Solar, and he was just walking around, and he had bodyguards with him, and I kind of like was able to see him and take a quick photo of him. But it's just been so much fun, Robert. I've been having the best time here. It's really been amazing, and I'm so glad that I took the time to come out here and really just enjoy it. It's a very unique event.
Bert asks, "Are you going to go to King?" Bert sends in a super chat and says, "Are you going to go to King Charles' coronation?"
No, I wanted to. I really wanted to do that,
Come
but
on.
I made these reservations almost a year ago, and unfortunately, I can't change the dates. The coronation was announced months after I had made all my arrangements and dates and everything, so
Uh,
I was unable to. I think it was announced in maybe September, so I was unable to go ahead and change any dates or schedules. I would have loved to have been here for the coronation, but unfortunately I can't. Unless something major happens, unless I win the lottery.
that could happen. One
Yeah, it could happen.
one never knows.
Yeah.
Well, so do you have to leave because Lael's coming
Yeah,
in? Okay.
I have to leave. Yeah, I have to
Well, all
go.
the way from
Um,
London, I can't believe you carved out a little bit of time for us. Thank you so much.
you're
That
welcome,
was
and it's always a pleasure, Robert. It's been a little. Well, actually, you and I have streamed a few times over the past few weeks
Yeah, I
since
mean,
I've
I
been
have
here.
to say that we had a banger of your after show for Picard episode 9 Vox. We had a ton of fun, a lot of people in
Um,
it.
it
Kept
was
going on. It
wonderful.
was like 3 hours. It was amazing.
It
You
was
know,
amazing, Robert. Are you going to join us for the finale as
hell,
well?
come on, you kidding? Of course. Hell yeah!
That's
Wait,
wonderful.
the finale. And by the way, for those of you watching Star Trek Picard, there is a mid-credit scene, so don't turn off the thing. Don't turn off. But you know what? I think people are going to go apeshit at the end. They're going to wonder, well, when's the new show coming?
Right.
There isn't a new. You'll never have wanted to have a new show as much as you will when you get to the end of this show.
To be honest with you, Robert, people are just praying there's going to be a new show. They're praying for it. That's how much desire this season has really put into people's hearts. I've never seen anything like it. People really want more.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's although it's really interesting because look, I've been taken to task by a lot of people. There are people that are convinced I was a paid shill. that what people don't understand is I just love Star Trek. Like I got to see Star Trek 6 months before it came out. I was able to get myself into a test screening of Star Trek 6, and it's people don't get when you live in LA and when you've lived in LA for a long time, you pretty much know everyone. And this isn't a boast. I mean, I don't like party with people, but I'm just saying if I want to get something, I'm 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon away from whoever I need to get whatever I want. So if I wanted to see Star Trek Picard season 3 early, and the only reason I wanted to see it early is because somebody worked on it that I know showed me some pictures of something, which was the Enterprise D, and I'm like, come on. I was like, holy shit. They built the Enterprise, and I'm like, I fucking have to see this shit. So once I saw those pictures, I was kind of on a mission. And I'm like, who or what can I talk to? So the first time, I saw it 3 times all the way through before it aired. So this is the 4th time I've seen it all the way through. But it's, I was able to see it. Let's just say that. I was able to see it like 8 months ago, and I was blown away by it. And now there's a lot of people that don't like it. And I'm like, what's funny to me is, do you guys remember Next Generation? Do you remember how many bad episodes there are in that show? I mean, it's for the original series, for me, 75% of it's good to great. But with Next Generation, 25% of it's good to great. And there's more episodes. There's 100 more episodes. So people forget that Next Generation is not some sacrosanct show that, I mean, what we're getting now is so far elevated above many episodes of TNG, and I of course love TNG, but come on. I think fans forget what they're, and all these people that are bitching and moaning, complaining at me. I set myself up for it. I've got people literally trying to get me in trouble with Paramount.
Yeah, I know. Kind of weird, but I think they just need to take a deep breath before you send that email, before you write that comment, before you go ahead and put that through. Just take a deep breath and, kind of maybe think about what you're doing before you press send. I just wanted to show one last picture of
Latoya and Lael. Lael will be here soon.
Yeah, and there's Russ.
And there's Russ.
Who I stayed with. And it's been such a great time, honestly, Robert, at Celebration. Just had so much fun. This is another lady, Helena Young. She lives in Australia, and she's the greatest cosplayer of all time for me. She's done hundreds of cosplays, and it's just been so amazing. And then, of course, this is just the last photo with Andy.
That's look at his face. He was very happy to meet. Look at you guys. Look at how happy you are. Come on now.
I was on cloud 9, Robert. But I have to go, and like I said, the most important thing are the people that you meet at these events, Robert.
Oh yeah.
And it's just been so phenomenal, and I'm really grateful. This is a wonderful time to be a fan of not just Star Trek and Star Wars. I know you guys are going to be debating this later, but I think it's great for both, Robert. And
I do too.
I will be here to talk about it. But guys, it's so great to see everybody here at Celebration. You all have been so wonderful, Robert. And I have to go. I'm going on a tour. Just the community is so amazing, and I'm so grateful to be part of it.
Well, enjoy the rest of your time in London, and we will see you next week. Yes?
Absolutely. Of course, you'll see me. Yes, you will see me next week. And whenever, if you come on to the stream, yes, you will see me coming up. So take care, Robert.
Most excellent. Travel safe.
I will. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. That, of course, was the lovely you know her, you love her. She's in England, which is amazing. And I'd love to. I've been to London twice, and boy, did I have a good time. Last time I was in London was wow. It was 10 years ago. I went as a crazy person. I went and saw Skyfall, the 50th anniversary James Bond movie. Opened 2 weeks before it opened in America, and I wasn't going to be able to see an early press screening, so I decided I was going to go to England, and I wanted to see it at the Odeon Theatre in Leicester Square, which is kind of the official James Bond theater. I wanted to see it with a real British audience, so my friend Charlie de Lazarica and myself, we went out there, and Terrier came down. Terrier, who's a member of this community that many of you might know. He came down from where he lived in Norway with his then lady, Julie, who's the mother of his kids, and we had a great time. So that was the last time I was in London. And if you have never been to London, I just got my passport renewed, so now I can go anywhere. By the way, so my passport had expired in 2019, and I had no real reason to get it renewed, but I wanted to get it renewed because now, I want to travel again. And so it took me from the time that I sent my passport in, I expedited getting it renewed. So you can chart it. You can look on the, so after I sent it in, I waited, and it took like 2 days or 3 days before they updated the passport website. So from the time they got my passport to the time I had my brand new renewed passport, and it's got this, it's where your picture is, it's like hard plastic now, because I'm sure there's an RSDF chip or whatever in there. It took 3 weeks. Now I paid the extra $50, but it took me 3 weeks to get my brand new passport. Once the passport had arrived, now I don't know if that's, no, I did this in January, and I got my passport in February. So, and I also got the passport card. It's like an ID card. I don't think it allows you to fly with that ID card, but you can go across the Mexico or Canada border. But I highly recommend doing that if you want to renew your passport. So, yeah. So that was a good thing to do, and I was very surprised at how quickly that they gave me the passport. Now I got a few other people that are going to be coming on the show with me, and one of the things that I wanted to talk about, there's obviously, we're for the very first time, and we are going to see in the same week, we are going to see the climax of Mandalorian Season 3 and Picard Season 3. So we have a really interesting... Now here, let me just say that when I was a kid, Star Wars didn't exist yet. And I loved Star Wars as much as I loved Star Trek. Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back literally changed my life. I mean, they totally did. And so I've never the idea of, what do you like better, Star Wars or Star Trek? I'm like, what the fuck? Why would you even? They're both great, and because I lived in a world where, why would one be better than the other? I mean, I never really understood that mentality. So I love Star Wars and Star Trek. I mean, Star Trek means a lot more to me personally because it has a lot more resonance in terms of my own life and things like that. So, but because it's Star Wars is a space fantasy. Star Trek is an allegorical science fiction action adventure that delivers commentary on our life here today. So they both take place in space, out in the galaxy, or one takes place in our galaxy, one takes place in a different galaxy, but they're both very different things. I mean, I like the space fantasy of Star Wars. I don't look to Star Wars to get social commentary, even though there is social commentary in Star Wars. It's not necessarily, it's just a different thing, but I love them both. And I don't see that there needs to be any kind of a rivalry. And I've always kind of not understood why people think that there is, to be honest. But hey, that's okay. What can you do? But anyway, I have I have a new guest on Midnight Musings, someone who's never been on this show before. His name's Anthony, or as we like to call him, Sixth Scale Mafia. So if you will, please welcome for his first time on Midnight Musings, and check out his channel, Sixth Scale Mafia. Anthony, welcome to Midnight Musings, sir. You're here.
Am I in here?
You're in here. You are live, buddy. You're in
okay. I only
the
see
show.
you, so I wasn't sure.
Oh, would you like to see the live stream? Here, I'll give you.
Whatever works.
There's the live output, buddy.
Oh,
You're
look
in
at
the
that.
show. Look at that. Come on now.
Hey. How are you doing, Rob?
So I got to tell you, for those of you who don't know, this man, he's my dealer. He hooks me up. You know, he.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. I'm not. I won't. You know, but I'm just saying. Sometimes, like, I can't reach them now. But sometimes.
I mean, which one should I grab?
There's Chakotay right there. So okay, you're the only person that I know. You've done something. I've directed movies. I've produced movies. I've achieved my dreams. But you have set a bar for me that I didn't know there was, and you have achieved a goal that I did not understand that I wanted to achieve, and that is you have a credit on the boxes of 6-scale high-end Star Trek action figures.
That is correct.
Okay, now
the grass is always greener, though.
I don't. It's not like I don't have envy, but I got to give it up. I wonder if you could tell the folks at home. First of all, you're wearing an Exo-6 hat. Tell the kids at home watching Midnight Musings right now. How did you do that? How do you have credits on high-end Star Trek action figures?
Well, I guess that's a good question. Well, I do the videos. I'll do the so you know, but anybody who might not know.
Okay, first of all, you give come on, you can't just jump into it. You got to lead up to it. Tell us the tale. You're wearing an Exo-6 hat. Tell the kids at home, what is Exo-6?
Well, Exo-6 are high-end 6-scale museum grade collectible figures.
But they're only of one franchise so far.
Star Trek. So far.
Star Trek. Yes.
So right. I mean, I guess I could grab. Kirk's right here.
Okay, this is you have to understand that the only other big figure of Kirk that was made from, that's my favorite. I love Kirk. Was a Mego figure made back in 1979-80 when the motion picture came out. It wasn't very good. But you can't just show. You got to put it up to the camera, bruh. Come on.
Oh, okay. Which one would you like to
see?
Ooh.
Admiral Kirk in his Admiral uniform for the motion picture. When you guys made this, I went fucking bananas. So you got to just come on, just put it up. Come on.
All right. Here you go for you, Rob.
God,
for everybody watching tonight. I know the light's a little harsh in here right now,
but okay. First of all, what you can't really understand is how great the tailoring is on these figures, and this is. I mean, it's Kirk from the motion picture. I love it so much,
and it's the gaze, right?
What's really interesting? It's the moment when he's actually on the travel pod, going up to the Enterprise, and he's looking out the window and kind of seeing it for the first time, the refit Enterprise. Nanjin Tam, who's the head of the company, said something really, so he's on social media a lot. He said something really interesting about action figures. We action figure collectors we're a very angry bunch of people. We bitch and moan and complain. We're getting the best action figures ever made in the history of, whether you buy Hot Toys figures, third-party figures, Exo-6, we get the best action figures of all time. And yet all we do is bitch and moan and complain. That's what we do. That's what fans do.
There's a lot of that.
We bitch and moan and complain.
Yeah, it happens.
Well, it was, and we bitch and moan and complain a lot about face sculpts. And I think rightfully so. It's hard to capture. But what Nanjin said, he put up a post the other day, and I was like, you know what? He basically said, when you're looking at a human being in a movie, and they're moving around, they're constantly moving, and what a head sculpt is doing is capturing one moment in time.
Correct.
And a human head is very seldom at rest. What moment, if you're watching a movie, if you want to do it, most people try and do neutral face sculpts. And Hot Toys is really good at doing neutral sculpts. They're they're really great. But what Nanjin has done, like the mirror universe.
I know where you're going. I'll grab them.
The mirror universe Sulu, has a very specific expression on his head, in his head sculpt. And, you know, when you see him right out of Mirror Mirror, if people remember this episode, you know, when the cat's away, he's got this grin on his face. And I mean, that grin captures Mirror Sulu. This is from the second season. This is from the 67-68 season of Star Trek. And the fact that you guys picked that head sculpt for that figure, when you put him on the shelf, he has great presence that he wouldn't normally have otherwise.
It's that menacing. It's just, like you said, it's a captured moment in time.
Yes. And that's what I really like about what Exo-6 is doing with their figures. And they're trying to capture those moments. Like the Spock, the motion picture Spock is actually an expression that's when he looks up, when he first walks on the bridge and he turns and looks up and it's from a low angle, it like also captures that.
It's just like I have them all right here. This wasn't planned, I promise.
No, but it's
but they're just here.
Yeah, I mean you guys you're killing it. You're killing it. You're absolutely killing it. So yeah, all good. So that's
a lot more coming.
Yeah, well yes, that's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah. I know, right? I'll put him back, but since we were looking, can we give a little love?
Oh, I mean,
to the Cisco.
Look at the Ben Cisco. Come on. I mean, how great. And the great thing is it comes with multiple options for clothing. You can have it that open, you know, there you go. I mean, and it doesn't come with two bodies or two figures, but
no, they're two separate, right?
But you can see how good the tailoring is on those figures. I mean, they're absolutely fantastic. So yeah, good.
It's great.
Good
I mean,
stuff.
to be a Star Trek fan, like to your point to earlier, right? I mean, it is. I mean, I've been a Star Trek fan my entire life. So to me, this was just a dream. It's like I pinch myself sometimes, you know. I'm like, wow, I'm working with Star Trek. Like, it's what I've always wanted.
Yeah, and you got credits on these high-end 6-scale figure boxes because you're doing the videos and you're shooting photographs and doing all kinds of things, which are very, very cool. So, very, very impressed. Very impressed. Now, I have a letter that I received. As you know, I read letters on the show. I had an email that I wanted, since you're a Star Trek fan and you've been watching. For those of you who are watching Star Trek Picard or Mandalorian, we're going to get into it. But I want to read this letter that I received from Darren McKinnon. Darren McKinnon is a longtime imagination connoisseur, and you people watching this show right now are imagination connoisseurs. And I would like to read you this letter from Darren McKinnon. By the way, if you want to send letters for me to read on the show, it's free of charge, unless you want to write some tome. You can do it right down at www.postgeeksingularity.com. That's our website, and you can go send me a letter. But this letter comes from Darren McKinnon. Now, by the way, this has spoilers. If you have not watched Star Trek Picard Episode 9, this kind of spoils something big that happens at the end of the episode. I'm sure everybody's heard about it because the shit has been spoiled everywhere online. There are no secrets left about what happened in Picard this week. So I'm going to read this letter from Darren McKinnon. Rob, I'll try and be brief. Today is my birthday, and last night I watched Episode 9 of Season 3 of Star Trek Picard. As I get older, I realize more and more how the past has a hold on me and probably us. Things that comforted you and made you feel good slowly disappear. They change. At some point, it's possible that you find yourself surrounded by things that have little to no meaning for you. Your friends move away. They have children. Family members die. Or you are just no longer in touch with the people that were at some point close. Even beloved mythologies sometimes drift away from you, as Star Trek did with me starting in 2009. Before these new stories became reality, I was hoping they would bring me back, in my mind, to a time where imagination, responsibility, and friendship seemed to be all wrapped into one package, through which you would filter the world. I have none of that anymore. My friends seem to be off somewhere, busy. I find few stories stimulating my imagination, and the past appears to be the only thing that I find comfort in. And every once in a while, you stumble upon something that gives you a little flicker of goodness from the past. Maybe it's a photo or a piece of music. Or maybe it's an old ship. A ship from a time where imagination, responsibility, and friendship made you feel like things are going to be okay. Seeing the Enterprise D in Star Trek Picard, Season 3, Episode 9, Vox, was something I was not expecting, but somehow I needed. For a few minutes last night, I was okay. I feel preoccupied and concerned and worried about many things most of the time. I rarely feel good, but seeing NCC 1701D made me feel good. Not only because I simply enjoyed seeing it, but because those images have the power to bring me back to a time and to the feelings that accompany it, where imagination and friendship were present around me. I don't have the ability to send this to Terry Metalis to thank him personally, but I would if I could. He made me feel better. Thank you, Terry Metalis, and thank you, Rob. For many years now, I have agreed with you over all things Star Trek, and you too make me feel better most of the time. Take care, Darren McKinnon. April 14th, 2023. P.S. I'm a 1975 kid just like Terry Metalis. Well, Darren, you know what I did with your email today? I sent it to Terry Metalis. So you can take solace to know that he actually read it. So I haven't heard back from him. Maybe I'll talk to him this weekend and find out what he thought of your email, and I can report back. But Anthony, let me ask you, hearing this letter and you, yeah, right? And what did it make you feel? And more importantly, how has Star Trek Picard been making you feel?
Well, I mean, he almost took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, that was a great letter, because that's exactly, well, similarly like how I've been feeling, right? You know, as time goes on, and you know, especially lately, like I'm not a big fan lately of a lot of the shows, Star Trek included, and that was a letdown, right? It kind of feels, I don't want to say like you felt betrayed. It might be a little too harsh, right? But
is it though?
Is
it too harsh?
I don't know. I'm just saying, as a lifelong fan, and I get it. There's change. There was change from TOS to TNG.
Sure.
Right. There's a little, but drastic change in a completely opposite direction that what we've been used to for decades. I felt kind of abandoned, just through the IP, right? So, and of course, a lot of my, people move on, and some people don't have the level of fandom that some of us do. So that connection is there. I put on Star Trek every night like clockwork. That's like, it lulls me to sleep. Doesn't matter. Every night forever. I know, right? It's one of my guilty, I don't know. So season 3, well, you were like, season 3. I'm like, I don't know. You're like, season 3.
I know.
Like, okay. So, and I have been every day. It's been so long that I've been, and I get it. I have a lot of my friends. I love Star Wars too, but it's been a long time since there's a show that comes out once a week that I'm excited. Like, I can't wait. I'm counting down. I'm like, oh, new episode tonight. Like, that's a great feeling. That's a long missed feeling for me.
I think so too. Now I would have to say too, now this week we got an episode of The Mandalorian, and I to be honest, I have really hated this season of The Mandalorian until this week.
Yeah, but is that good?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Like here's the thing. I go into everything that I watch. To me, every episode, every movie, it's always a new opportunity. Because movies are all different things. I grew up a James Bond fan. And to be honest, the James Bond franchise is very hit and miss. I would say maybe half the movies are good. And very few of them are great. But I just love James Bond. And I think a lot of us, I don't know if Lael will join us, but Lael loves Star Wars. You know, even Star Wars is like pizza. Even when it's bad, it's still pretty good. You know, it's Star Wars. You can watch it. I mean, I don't know why horses are galloping across a Star Destroyer in outer space, but maybe I'll never know the answer to that. I understand somebody thought that visual was interesting, just like it was interesting to stick the Starship Enterprise in the ocean. Same guy. Not a big fan of any of his work on feature film work. But, you know, I always come back. Because I want things to be great. I don't think anybody, and that's why, you know, I don't. Every new thing has the potential to be good. So I'm never going to prejudge. Like, it's really interesting. Fandom can be a harsh mistress. As Robert Heinlein once titled a book, "The Moon is a Harsh Mistress." Fandom can be a harsh mistress, and we're unrelenting. And to me, like, we got 23 Infinity Saga movies that are all pretty good. You know, they're all pretty good. Even if you go back and you watch Iron Man 2 or The Incredible Hulk, they're still very enjoyable. Thor: The Dark World, you know, they don't reach the heights of the best movies. And I'm going to say this week because people are going to be like, "What? I like Captain Marvel. I didn't love it. You know, I would give it a solid B." You know, okay. I enjoyed it. You know, I like the Skrulls and I like Nick Fury in it. And yeah, I think that, look, Brie Larson does herself no favors, but she is an Academy Award-winning actress. And you got to give it up for her performance in The Room. But I tend not to take people's real-life personas in with me to the movies. And it was fine. I mean,
Never meet your heroes.
Well, I mean, I've met a lot of my heroes, but they've been impressive. I mean, if I was going to do, why I would have gone with Monica Rambeau from the beginning. I love Monica Rambeau. I grew up 80s Captain Marvel, you know, with her fro and her black and white outfit. I love that Captain Marvel character. I'm like,
Secret Wars? She was in Secret Wars.
She was. I mean, she was in Secret Wars, and it's like. Yeah. I loved her, you know, in my primary comic, junior high school, college, when I was going every week to the comic book store spending ungodly sums of money. She was my Captain Marvel, and in this era of inclusion and all of that, I would have thought that they would have gone. It was so cool to see her in WandaVision, and, you know, but anyway, whatever. I still love, so every time I go into a Marvel movie, I want it to be great, and I've pretty much liked all the Marvel movies until Love and Thunder and Quantumania. And even like, I really liked Eternals. I understand people don't. I understand why people don't like it. But if I saw Eternals as a standalone movie that was not part of the MCU, I would have really liked it. Ancient astronauts and where humanity came from. And there's a lot in there that I love. It's a flawed film, for sure. But I liked it. I liked Black Widow. I like spy thrillers. It was a mid-level spy thriller. You know, sure. I would again, it's a B, solid B, you know, and usually I was used to Marvel movies being B+ to A's, you know, or A minuses at least. But still, I mean, I loved Florence Pugh and I loved Scarlett Johansson's interaction. I love Rachel Weisz and you know, I mean, it was great, and I enjoyed it. Is the movie great? No, but I still liked it. You know, I didn't hate it. I hated. Not until Love and Thunder did I hate a Marvel movie.
Well, yeah, Love and Thunder was
hate it, and I because I think they completely missed the point. Taika Waititi completely missed the point of, he got away with it in Ragnarok, but then he went too far into Taika Waititi.
He turned it to 11, you know.
Yeah.
I think the problem is, at least for me, because you bring up a good point. Like, if Eternals, as an example, it was like a standalone, right? Okay, I can get that, but I think I can't speak for everybody, but for at least myself, maybe you know, comic heads, like we're used to a story, we're used to these characters, and I know they're not going to be, you know, straight from the pages, right?
Right, sure. I know they're making changes. Sure,
but when you see certain things that, like Taskmaster, I didn't like what they did with Taskmaster.
Well, that again, I thought the character looked cool, and it's a great Hot Toys figure. Did not understand what that was all about. Like,
right, so then for me, it takes me out of the whole movie. Then I'm like, oh well, this stunk. You know.
Well, the same was true of Gore the God Butcher. You get Christian Bale; he could have played anything, and the whole movie was just a goof. And I'm like, you could have made a really serious. I mean, it seems funny to say this about Marvel, but I think that if you put Infinity War and Endgame together and watch them, they're together some of the finest achievements in fantasy filmmaking in the history of Hollywood, the history of cinema. The fact that all those characters, it all works. I can't believe
It works. Yeah.
I watch those movies. You know, people have more. I mean, people always say Infinity War is better because I think it's more focused. But the one thing that Endgame has, the way it starts with Hawkeye and his family, every time I watch that, I just am like, oh man, it's so. That was such a brilliant way. I mean, Jim Starlin has come out and said that, like Endgame, they shot 45 minutes of Thanos trying to get the Soul Stone or whatever he was getting. And no. The way they opened Endgame was the perfect way, because that movie has time travel and you bring back the Ancient One, and there's so much crazy sci-fi. But what it might be the most Marvel comic. Endgame is the most Marvel comic MCU movie, because it's the most like reading a big crossover summer event, giant size.
It really is. Yeah.
It's the Evolutionary War, or it's it's the Mutant Massacre. Take whatever, or Secret Wars, with all the stuff that happens in it. And people are like, I don't like Professor Hulk. Everyone's talking about, but it is the most Marvel comics of all their movies. And
there's a lot going on. All these
so
threads,
much going
like,
on, and the fact that I mean, it was incredible. It was incredible to see all that stuff, and I loved it. So, both of them together, I love them. So
both together. I agree. I feel like Infinity War might be this generation's Empire, and maybe that's where a lot of people are loving that, because our heroes in Empire lost, at the end, and there you go, roll credits. And I feel like that's very similar, like with what happened with Infinity War. Like, we knew they were coming back, right? Because we knew there was going to be another Black Panther,
but there was
Spider-Man.
real stakes, and you still feel but it's still I mean, it's amazing. And I think there's a lot of people. What I find really interesting about the response to Picard season 3, so there's a lot of people that don't like it. And I think there are people, in a way, like there are people that are specifically coming after me personally. They get mad at me. There's Star Trek sites. I didn't even know this, because there's Star Trek sites that I don't know anybody from these Star Trek sites, but they really have a dislike of me. And I understand why. I'm very vocal of modern Trek. I get it. But there have been people that have actively tried to get me in trouble with Paramount. They've called the studio and told
tried
on
to
me.
tattle.
Yeah. Like, what's with all these little bitches that'll sell people out and literally call the authorities? I mean, these are all people that would sell out Anne Frank. It's really a weird
Right.
It's a weird time, man. Like, I don't even know these people. They're calling, but Rob Burnett did. I'm like, no, I didn't. I mean, and I'm out there trying to put on a good after show, getting Sean Tretta. I'm very proud of the interview I did with him. We had Matt Okamura the week before. Christopher Monfett. I've had Terry. I've had Stashwick on the show.
I've tuned into every single one.
Tried to put on a good show, and there's people like you want to tell on me? Okay. What about?
Yeah.
Did you watch the content though? Was it good content?
Right? No. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
probably
like-
not. Right?
Yeah, it's like,
Or they take a clip out of context or something, and then
which is just
runs with it.
so funny. I mean, what's really interesting is I saw this season 8 months ago. I didn't spoil shit. I didn't say anything to anyone about this. You can't find me online, and then they're going, Rob Burnett did this. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Hey, and I tried. To your credit, I tried. Remember, I was like, I don't care. Tell me. I was like, it's Picard. I don't care. But see what I mean? Look how weird that is, right? Like a couple months ago, I'm like, just tell me. I don't care. It's Picard.
But
Because I just was not a fan of.
That's what I
previous.
thought too until I saw it, and I loved it so much. It was such a change of pace. I'm like, I wouldn't want, because I was the most skeptical person in the world going in. And I'm like, I'm not gonna fuck this up for anybody. I wouldn't want to screw that shit up. Yeah, and so why would I want to rob anybody of that experience? And look, I think I understand that people need validation and things. I don't need validation on the internet. You know, I like getting validation on the internet, but I don't need it. I just want to share my enthusiasm for all of this. All of you imagination connoisseurs watching, let's share our love of stuff. That's what we're all here to talk about. And I never thought, as I was growing up, because we didn't have the internet when I was a kid, and you'd have to go to conventions to find people that shared your passion. And when you went to a convention and you met people that love what you love, you would never think to like get in an argument with them. You were just, when you met somebody at a convention, like, oh my God, man, do you love this? Yeah, I love this. Wasn't this awesome?
It was just fandom. Well, that's not entirely true. I mean, there was a time in Star Wars, which seems to never go away, but there was a time in Star Wars where it was like you were the OG and you hated the prequels, and that was it.
Well, that was the thing though when you know, for me, Star Wars, there was the 3 movies, and then Star Wars kind of went away. And we didn't get the special editions until 1997. So for me, in my life, I saw Star Wars opening weekend on Sunday, the opening weekend when it first opened, at the UA 150 Theater in 6th and Blanchard, downtown Seattle. And it changed my life. You know, I was 10. And I was in the 4th grade. I was just finishing up my 4th grade year in Mrs. Walton's 4th grade class at Island Park Elementary on Mercer Island, Washington. And I was already a 10-year-old science fiction horror fantasy fanatic. I mean, you know, just drenched in Twilight Zone and The Outer Limits and Star Trek and Jerry Anderson's UFO. And we had sci-fi theater on Sunday afternoons at 2, so I'd seen all the classics, all the George Powell stuff, Destination Moon, War of the Worlds, When Worlds Collide, Forbidden Planet. I'd seen Planet of the Apes. I mean, it was a great time, but you felt like you'd seen everything. And seeing Star Wars for the first time in the theater, it's hard to convey to people, because I'm old now, but it's hard to convey as a fan. When you saw Star Wars for the first time at that time, there was nothing remotely similar to it in cinema history. No. It was like you were truly seeing something that no one had ever seen before. And when I saw it, I thought I'd literally seen every great science fiction movie, at least that had been televised, that I could get my hands on. Godzilla movies, you know, whatever it was, I would watch it. Anything that had, even movies that were terrible. Like there was a movie, an English movie called They Came from Beyond Space, that Mr. Gao, who played the butler, who played Alfred in Tim Burton's Batman movies, was in. He played the Moon Master. It was a terrible movie.
He was Alfred in all the movies.
Yeah, but I loved it. I loved it. In all the Tim Burton era films. He was great. But the movie was terrible. But I'd watch anything. But Star Wars, it changed the landscape so drastically that it's hard to explain to people. And what has happened, there was never any, like, I'm not a fan of Jedi. Everyone, I could sit down, and if I were able to watch all 3 movies with you, I could show you. Watching all 3 original versions of Star Wars and you get to Jedi, you can see the drop-off in quality. And I know people love Jedi because a lot of people, it's the first Star Wars movie they saw in the theater.
You know, I just got my Revenge of the Jedi poster today.
Is that the original? Is it an original poster that the... Or is it a reproduction?
Yeah, it's because the original is too much.
Yeah, it's very funny. Because I
wanted like a double-sided for the light, but
they never made double-sided.
I couldn't find one, so I was I'm gonna go for reproduction.
I got mine. I ordered mine, my Revenge of the Jedi poster, out of the back of Bantha Tracks magazine, the Star Wars fan club magazine, Bantha Tracks, and they were the first people that had it. You can only order like 2. You know what I need to get framed? One of my favorite movie posters of all time is what's called the birthday cake poster. And in 1978, when Star Wars turned a year old, they made a one sheet that said 1 year old today, and there's a birthday cake, and it says Star Wars on it. It has the first 12 Kenner Star Wars action figures around it. And it was an actual movie poster that went to the theaters. And it's worth quite a bit of money if you look it up. Like it's like $1,000, and I have one. I need to get it.
Isn't it wild how some of those are worth like a lot?
The Star Wars pre-release poster is worth a lot of money.
Have the even though it's not my favorite, I did find a double-sided Star Trek Generations.
Oh yeah,
poster.
yeah, and those
So-
are great because they put them in light boxes. They didn't
and I
make
have
they
that
didn't make
coming
those
in-
really until the 90s.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
It's kind of, I know, because you can't, look back. I couldn't find one for Aliens, for example,
right.
or Alien for that matter. But
There's some super chats I'd love to read. One is from Six Scale Mafia, and it says
know
if
that
you
guy.
if you have room and want me to come chat, let me know. I'm up and I want to talk Trek. If not, no pressure. No, I don't think I'm gonna let you in. Oh wait. Bert, I already read that. Our friend 200 Watt Studio says, Rob, what is the running time for episode 10? I don't really remember. I think it's a full hour. I mean, it's a pretty packed episode, but it's not much longer than what we've been seeing. RRTNZ sends in a super chat and says, "Hail Rob, LBH." LBH. The last 4 minutes of Picard episode 9 were the greatest fuck yeah moments of 2023 for Trek fans. Stewart found Picard's voice at last. Engage. He certainly did. Zod Rider, who I've been streaming with on Wednesday nights. Zod Rider has been a member of the channel for 16 months and says forcing people to choose between Star Wars and Star Trek is absolutely ridiculous. But Star Trek, though. Which is very funny. Dylan Thomas. I don't know if I can pronounce this. This is probably a Welsh word that I can't pronounce. But it says, "Hi from Wales, Rob. I live 8 miles from Port Marion. Well, I got my crowd-funded prisoner action figures right over there, and they're awesome. So one day I'm going to come there. I want to go there." Darth Plato is here and says, "Hey, Six Scale Mafia, have you been harassed by the FBI yet?"
Only on the weekends.
Only on the weekends.
Yeah.
They tracked you down. Were you the leaker? Did you go on to that video game thing and put up national secrets like that 21-year-old kid from the National Guard did? Now he's in trouble.
Oh, no.
Okay, good. Well, then there you go. Our friend Irene Jobson says, "I love you guys. Man, never change." Well, Irene, you bring the filthy, as John Campia would say, and we don't want you to ever change either. Irene is a randy lady, and we love it. Binary Sunset Media says, "Rob, pitch a Basic Instinct 3. Maybe save this for later. Live long and prosper, brother." It's very funny that you say that. This is a true story. About a month ago, my oldest friend in Hollywood, Dave Hargrove, and I, we were talking about if we could resurrect a franchise, like if we could go out and and for whatever reason, we decided we want to make, I've got my quarter scale Catherine Trammell action figure. Well, it's a statue. It's a Blitzway statue sitting right there. I love Basic Instinct. And we spent 2 hours on the phone and we did the whole beat sheet, we beat it out, the entire plot of Basic Instinct 3 Trigger Warning. And we came up with this whole, and I was like, dude, we should fucking write that shit and go to Sharon Stone and say, we have the greatest idea for a Basic Instinct 3. And by the way, it's the Rocky 3 of Basic Instinct movies.
Rocky, really.
So I was quite proud of how clever we were. So I don't know, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. But let me just say, we've written our outlines, the greatest outline ever, and why not? I mean, I'd go to Sharon Stone and pitch this to her because I think she would go for it. And if she said yes, then we'd try and go out and make a deal and get it made. You know, I'd love it.
Yeah.
I'd love to do it. Darth Plato says, "Stares at Anthony's collection." Damn, that's what Darth Plato says.
Well, we're also in 4:3 ratio right now too.
Well,
There's-
Anthony, let me go full frame for you there a little bit here. So here you
We're
go,
going
buddy.
full frontal. All right.
There's Anthony. There's full frame Anthony. Now we can see. Now are these the cases you made? They're like Modja cases, but you made these yourself, right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I just used garage racks, white acrylic, painted them, put in Phillips Hue strips so I can just change the colors or rotate them on an animation. Or
So why don't you show us a little bit without taking stuff out? Can you point? Like I see some Ghostbusters, and I see, what do I see? What am I looking at? What are we looking at?
We've got 89 Batman and Joker,
Right?
the Blitzweight Ghostbusters, RoboCop, A Better Tomorrow, Mark Lee.
Oh, dude, I had that figure. It was
I love
stolen.
him.
It was stolen.
Oh, what?
The one that came in the box, dude. Don't even get me started. With the
yeah,
back, it comes
no,
with a
the
backdrop.
two-pack. Yep, yeah, big backdrop.
Yeah.
So, there's that. You know, Jack Burton. You know, Big Trouble in Little China, Bill and Ted's. I don't know, Ip Man. I mean, here we got Ripley, Sarah Connor, Rambo, Predator, Terminator 1, Terminator 2 up top, Xenomorphs, Back to the Futures. That Michael Jackson beat it. Did you know that was a edition size? The only edition size for Hot Toys was 2000 for the 10-year anniversary.
Dude, you know, I need for my 6-scale band
Shrek.
behind me. I need Michael Jackson. That new Michael Jackson that's coming out. I might have to get that.
He might be all right with the hat down.
Yeah, because look, if you see, like, for those of you who don't know, I got Jimi Hendrix, I got Bowie, I got Freddie Mercury, I got Prince, Elvis in the back. Well, that's U.S. Agent, and then I have John Lennon. U.S. Agent's I just stuck him there because I didn't.
It works.
You know, it's there. I got to put him down. I got now I've got Bucky, Taskmaster, and U.S. Agent. So I've got my Thunderbolts are lining up.
Lining up. I see him looking at the X06. No, there's nothing here in frame that that is not supposed to be. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. Well, if that's the story and you're going to stick to it,
That's
you
the
know,
score. I'm
we
sticking to
might
it.
somebody that I don't know if you know this cat, but he's my other co-host, and
I might know him.
you might know him. I mean, and he also has just come back with his lovely lady, who, by the way, this gentleman, if you saw his pictures from Star Wars Celebration, this cat was easily the best dressed man in all of London town during the Star Wars Celebration. You know him. You love him. He's Lael Rockwell. He's the 1/6 scale man right next to the 1/6 Mafia. Lael Rockwell, welcome. I cannot wait to ask you. First of all, dude, I just looked at all your pictures just to see what you were wearing. I was so stunned by your I wasn't stunned by your fashion sensibility, but your fashion game and Latoya's was so on point. I mean, I thought that every picture you took, you should have been like, I don't know, Louis Vuitton or Versace or something. You should have been getting some kind of I don't know, co-branding deal with all the biggest fashionistas in Europe.
You know what was crazy? We went to the flagship Burberry store because Toya wanted to go, and we went. Bro, it was I can't describe what we seen in this place, but you know how it is. Like, it's crazy because going to Beverly Hills, like when I remember when my daughter got her surgery, or she had her surgery, Beverly Hills has a Burberry store there.
Yep.
But the thing is, what's crazy is that they follow you everywhere. Like, they literally follow you everywhere if they think that you don't look the part. I'll just say it that way. In London, they were just as free as a bird. Like, they would just like really come around, help you out, stuff like that, but just, you know, let you do whatever you need to do. But it was one of the biggest stores I've ever seen. It's the flagship. They said it's the biggest in the world, and yes, it was. But I had so much fun in London, bro. I love London. Like, you've been to London before, right, Rob?
Twice.
Yeah. Like, it's
I just lived vicariously through you, man, and all the everything you were posting.
Yeah, I mean, words can't describe the complete joy and amazement of being there, bro. Like, just being in the whole atmosphere, going to different places. We stayed in Greenwich. We went to Soho. You know, we went to so many different places. It was pathetic, but I mean, we got a chance to, you know, go to the Buckingham Palace, of course. We went to the Eye. We went to the London Bridge. We actually went on tour to see we went to on the Jack the Ripper tour. So we
Oh,
did that.
really?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Had
Like, that was,
Latoya been to London before?
no, this is her first time.
Did she love it?
She loved it, bro. She loved it. She can't stop talking about it. Like, she didn't want to come home.
I mean, you guys were so. I mean, first of all, she's so incredibly beautiful. I mean, did people like stop you on the street and be like, "Who are you guys?"
Well, bro, strangely enough, like the thing is, we're talking about London, bro. Like, it's one of the fashion capitals of the
Right,
like,
it's
of
true.
the
It's
world.
true.
You
I'm
know
so
what I
used to
mean?
nerdy sci-fi fans, you know.
Yeah, bro, but it was amazing because, just hanging out and going to different places, like they were saying those things, but
See,
it's
it
like,
wasn't just me. They
but I
understood.
mean, and that's not even, I think it just surprised me because it's like, that is the fashion capital of the world. And it was just like really, really surprising. But people there were just genuine, bro. Like, they were nice. They would ask you if you needed help, or if you looked like you were lost, they would give you directions to where you needed to be. But it was I enjoyed it, bro. I had so much fun. I definitely had so much fun.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Mhm.
My dream in life is to go to Japan, you know? And I almost went in 2010. My whole thing is, though, if I went to Japan, I'd need like 50 grand to spend on die cast. I need Japanese steel, as the bride would say. I need Japanese die cast. If I went there, now I've got 2 years. We all got to
Yeah.
go. I'm going to Star Wars Celebration in Japan.
You have to, bro.
I have to go. I've got to
You
get
have to,
tickets.
bro.
I got to
You
go.
have to.
I got to go. I just want to go and rummage around. Well, first I want to go sing karaoke. I want to drink sake. I want to have sushi all over the place. I mean, and to go to Star Wars Celebration? Come on.
Bro, the beautiful thing about Celebration in general, bro, is that all it's just beautiful in general because everybody's there for the same purpose, same cause. They enjoy the lore. They enjoy, just seeing some of the individuals that are responsible for like our childhood. They love, just taking in the announcements, seeing the different panels, like the different cosplays. And it's like it's the only place pretty much within the community where you can go where everything that's negative is non-existent.
Right.
Like, literally, like everything that's negative is non-existent. Everything that happens outside of what we know, everything that happens pretty much outside of what we love, it doesn't exist. You know what I mean? So it's just like stepping into a space where you enjoy it, but then when you go online, that's when you see it. You know what I mean? So it was,
Well,
it
what was I
insane.
think what I really liked is seeing both Mmmm and your photos. There was such joy. I mean, you meeting everyone. It was nice to see. People forget when you're sitting at home and you're on your keyboard and stuff. It's a very different thing. Like, I grew up going to conventions. And when you would go to conventions,
Same.
you could have vitriolic conversations with people. But most of the time, when you went to a convention, you were there to celebrate because your friends didn't know these things. Like I was a very social kid. I had girlfriends. I had a great social life. I had lots of fun. But nobody was a fan. Like, none of my friends were fans. I think I don't know if I was telling the story a couple weeks ago about I went over to my hot girlfriend's house and told her about Crisis on Infinite Earths. So I'm like, I can't.
Yeah,
I need 30 minutes, babe. And she's
Right.
like, what? I go, no, you don't understand. I need to read this comic book. I just need 30 minutes. And that was a true story. And you can't, people didn't understand. So when you went to conventions, everybody there, it was a joyous experience. You've all gone somewhere. You had, whether you drove somewhere or traveled, and there was no vitriol. There was no anger. And there was never any, like, even if something wasn't very good, we still liked it. There was never any, no one ever said like I liked a lot of bad, I was talking about this, bad B horror films or B sci-fi films. I knew they were bad, but I love them anyway,
Yeah.
And now nowadays, because we had the A-list, the creme de la creme, and if things aren't A+, then people get angry. Let me ask you this, because we haven't talked about I'll ask both of you. I will say I have been, call me not as enthused about Mandalorian Season 3 as I would like to be. However, that said, I thought this week's episode was a tremendous return to form, and I'm like, well, this is why I tune into The Mandalorian. And I thought it was a great episode. Mm-hmm. What did you guys think of this week's episode of Mandalorian?
I loved it, bro. Here's the thing, because they showed this episode to the panel at Celebration, so everybody who attended the panel got a chance to actually see it. And I loved it. I loved everything about it. Here's the thing.
Do you think they ate those birds? The poor birds they rescued, they fucking ate them, dude. They put them on a spit. They ate them, man. The Mandos ate the birds.
I don't know.
They totally did.
That's the thing, bro. Like, I don't know, but I think what I love I've thoroughly, and I said this, and I'm genuine about it, is like I thoroughly enjoyed the entire season. The thing is, I'm used to, and I'm good with slow crawls. I don't want you to give me everything in the very beginning, because then there's nothing to look forward to for me. You know what I mean? So I like the build up. I like the character development. I like Bo-Katan's journey. And that's the crazy part. Last week's episode, wasn't, I'm not going to say it was the best, but it wasn't the worst. It wasn't what everybody was making it out to be. And it was like, literally people are looking for everything to poke the bear about these shows, about this particular show, about the season. But I saw where they were going with it now, and I'm following that journey, and I'm cool with that. This episode made it made sense. It made sense, because it was the build up. We were focusing on, and the thing is, they've been telling us for the longest time which characters to focus on. You can tell by the actual posters, the lineup in the very beginning. The main characters that you needed to focus on was the Armorer, Paz Vizsla, Din Djarin, Bo-Katan. They wanted you to focus on those four because it's those journeys that we're looking at. Din's, Paz Vizsla's journey with his son, with basically, nurturing his son, protecting his son. At the same time, us, seeing him opening himself up to new ideas, walking the plan, not being as hard as we know he normally is. We saw his journey. We're seeing Din's journey, where mainly his focus is on loyalty, but at the same time, making sure that the child itself, that Grogu, is protected, but at the same time that he's staying true to his faith. Bo-Katan is renewal. What she's basically looking at right now is to bring her family name some type of royalty and redemption. We're seeing this with her, but at the same time, she's also opening herself up to new ideas, to the idea of the creed, to the idea that both factions can exist together. And we're seeing this basically with these characters. It's the development and those stories that we have to pay attention to. A lot of people are like, let's focus on Din. The show is called The Mandalorian. It is not called Din Djarin. It's called The Mandalorian. So it's focusing on the Mandalorians. We're seeing more Mandalorians in this season than we've seen basically before. So that's the main focus, is on the Mandalorian as a whole, both factions, and them finally taking back their homeworld, at least trying to, but at the same time, giving Bo-Katan a redemption story. And those things take a slow build. They take slow development. Right now, we don't know what the Armorer's agenda is, and if she can be trusted. We have no idea.
Yeah, dude. Do you think she sold him out?
Bro, I don't know, but it just seems like it, based on what we've been seeing with her movement, her mannerisms. It's sort of like she wanted to bring Bo in to bring the factions together to get them the Mandalore, and it seems like to be wiped out. But I'm not saying that it's her, and it may not be, but it's just the way it looks at. But I like the simple fact that we have to wait until next week to really find that out, and it is leaving us this space to ponder whether or not that's true. So in all, bro, I thoroughly enjoyed this week's episode. It was amazing. And what was it, Rick Famuyiwa?
Yeah, who directed the movie Dope, which I love.
Yeah, so he directed this. He's also directing the final episode as well, the season finale. So he's doing both, and I was excited about it, bro. I'm just excited about the lore in general.
Okay, now let me ask you guys something. I'm a huge Japanese real robot fan. I love Gundam. You know, I love Macross, aka Robotech. When Grogu got into the middle of the pilot section in a Gundam, you fly, you pilot a Gundam from the center of the Gundam mobile suit. When I saw Grogu get in the center of IG-88, I'm like, or IG-11, and now IG-12, I'm like, are you kidding me? I must, I have to have that hot toy. You think they're going to make it?
Hell yeah.
They'll make it. Of course they're going to make it.
Are you sure?
Hell yeah.
Just a bear shit in the woods, Rob.
I know, but
they make
man, I need that. I didn't know how much I needed it, but gosh darn, do I need that?
Yeah, it's cute. I'll give it that. It's cute, right? I got to chuckle out of it, you know, and him clicking the yes and
the Islamic says Genesis Climber Mospeeda. That's the third. So Robotech was Macross, Southern Cross, and Genesis Climber Mospeeda, but which I love. I had a great transformable motorcycle. It was but man, when I saw that, I'm like, look, do I think it's ridiculous that they? Yes, I think that whole thing was ridiculous, but I loved it. Don't care.
See, as much Lael and I both love Star Wars, but in different ways, right? And the way I look at it is that for Mando, I've learned to just, and this is not a, how would I say this? It's not that I'm not invested in the story, but because I didn't really watch a lot of Clone Wars or Rebels, and I see where they're kind of going and they're introducing all these characters from the shows that I haven't seen, I just go into it kind of like, okay, this is their vision and this is the story they're telling. And I kind of just, I don't want to say I shut down, but I don't, like Lael's saying, like a lot of people will watch something just to like critique it. Like, what can they find that they can complain about, right? And like and why watch a show, right? So when I tune in, I'm just like, I'm just gonna watch Star Wars, and this is Star Wars. This is the world. This is what they're doing. And because it's hard, it's especially hard when you're watching something else that's going on right now, like with Star Trek, and maybe I have a weird feel because I'm really invested in the characters, right? So it's hard to do like parallels. You can't compare the two. You just can't.
See, that's the biggest problem that I'm having right now, is that people are constantly comparing the two. They're two totally different worlds.
Totally different worlds, two totally different feels. Star Trek was written from a certain perspective. It's not written the way they're two totally different visions. So
they just take place. It's like you're comparing different cop shows. On one hand, you can have Brooklyn Nine-Nine, but on the other hand, you can have Serpico.
And
maybe that's a bad analogy, but still.
No, but
it incenses me because I'm tired of hearing people, well, Star Trek is the best, that's right now, that's better than anything that Disney and Star Wars, Marvel and stuff. I'm like, all right, it's okay that you enjoy it. But when you're taking those type of digs and you're comparing the two, it's like you're shitting on fans who actually enjoyed this lore. They grew up with it, they enjoyed it. You don't hear, me as a Star Wars fan, you don't hear me shitting on anybody who has this enjoyment for Picard. I haven't followed Star Trek as closely as everybody else.
Sure.
I know Star Wars like the back of my hand.
Well, I will tell you this though. There are many vitriolic fans and they're all coming after me, let me tell you. I set myself up, so I expected it, but think of it like, what was it, like a few months back, right? I think it's not even a matter of the IPs. I think it's the matter of what's going on at the time in the world of entertainment. Because remember, it was House of Dragons better than Rings of Power, because they were both running at the same time, right? And people were trying to compare, and
You know, and it's like,
Well,
well, hey, listen, are you a Lord of the Rings fan or are you a,
but
House of
what
Ice,
I, I, but I think within, like, there was a lot of information that came out about Rings of Power as far as business was concerned, and
recently,
the completion rate of people. I mean, I do think and like it really depends on the creators who's working on the shows, and I think that we have learned that there's been a lot of schizophrenia within the Star Wars camp and how they're making those shows because. Well, Lael, I would ask you this. I'm curious about this. So obviously, Kathleen Kennedy announced 3 new Star Wars movies at Celebration. You've got James Mangold, who's got Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny coming out, a filmmaker I greatly admire, all the way back to Copland. I mean, for the most part, James Mangold has always made pretty good to great films. Logan was great. Certainly Ford v. Ferrari was great. Walk the Line, I really like. 310 to Yuma was a terrific Western remake. He's a powerhouse filmmaker.
those were all him.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are all great.
And that's why all these fans going, well, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Look, man, you got to give the filmmaker credit. You got to give James Mangold. You have to put your trust in him if you like his work. And I would say that James Mangold has never really delivered anything that was shitty. He's a real filmmaker, and that's why when I hear people criticizing what Dial of Destiny is going to be, and what's really what's frustrating for me when someone like Phoebe Waller-Bridge, Fleabag is a great show. If you haven't watched Fleabag, it's terrific. She's an incredible writer, and when they brought her the modern female voice, it's not a bad thing that she can do this. So it's really weird that the fandom and a lot of people have set up. You got to wait. Look, if something is terrible after it comes out, by all means, criticize it. But wait. And when you have James Mangold has earned my trust. He's earned my trust. And he's earned my trust through his past works. Logan is one of the great superhero movies ever made. He made The Wolverine and he made Logan. The Wolverine, the Silver Samurai stuff didn't quite come off at the end, but that's all right. I still liked a lot of The Wolverine, but Logan was a tremendous X-Men movie, probably the best. Days of Future Past and Logan are probably the best X-Men movies that have been made so far. Deadpool 1 and 2 are great, but they're different. But he's still made a great series of films. And the fact that he made the new Indiana Jones movie is I'm excited about it. I've got high hopes for it, so I give him the benefit of the doubt. So when he's announced, of all the things that they announced, a James Mangold film when he says he wants to make a biblical epic, like the 10 Commandments or Ben-Hur, but set in the Star Wars universe about the discovery of the Force or the first Jedi. I hear that shit and I'm like, dude, I'm in. Give me that. And listening to him talk, seeing him on the red carpet talking about it, I'm like, yes, that is exactly what I want to see from Star Wars. The birth of the Jedi and James Mangold doing it. By all means, sign me up. Now then you have. Oh, go ahead.
What's crazy about that though? Is because that's the same thing that we actually said about Rian Johnson.
I would say this: Rian Johnson had not made nearly as many films as James Mangold, and he also did not have the genre. I mean, I love Looper. I think he made Looper. Did he make Looper after Last Jedi or before? I loved Rian Johnson's first film, Brick. I thought it was terrific, a noir film set in high school, and I did like Brothers Bloom. But in terms of Rian Johnson, I think James Mangold has a lot more experience working in genre films. 2 X-Men movies. He made Night and Day with Tom Cruise and Cameron Diaz. He made a movie called Identity, and doing a Walk the Line. He has a diverse, in terms of different kinds of stories and different kinds of movies he's made.
And I get that. And that's the thing. I'm not saying that because I think that he's going to fail. I say that because we see directors like this that come in that have a great body of work that they've already established. And we've been following that journey and we love them for what they've given. And we want them to give us a certain perspective. That's the same thing that we said about Rian Johnson, people who've watched Brick, people who've watched Looper. We were like, you know what? You can have an interesting take on these films. The problem is is that when a director injects his vision of how he would see things, a lot of people just have a tendency not to really accept it and tear it down because it's not their idea of what Star Wars is. Regardless if the creator himself says, no, I'm on board with that, or I like it. I like
Right.
where it's, we shut it down. It's crazy that, okay, I'm gonna give you an example. It's crazy that George Lucas, who is the creator of everything that we know about Star Wars, who injected these ideas, who created something so phenomenal, right? He gave us the trilogy. Yes, he only directed basically the first film. The second two, they were directed, totally different directors and stuff like that. But it was still his vision. Yet people still complain about midichlorians. And it came from him.
Right.
It came from him because it was his idea, but we don't accept that idea because we are not. The biggest problem is people do not know how to let go of the past and let new ideas come in, inject new ideas, see where it's going. Like, for instance, and I'll give you an example. Yes, all the ideas, all the movies that we've actually gotten, the announcements that we've actually gotten, from Mango, from, Dave Filoni. I forget the other woman's name who's doing the Ray film, which I'm excited about. If you'd have saw the ovation that everybody gave Daisy Ridley when she walked out on stage, I'm sorry, Mafia, you look like Astro Mouse right now. But if you would have basically saw,
I got something. Go ahead.
When we basically saw, you did look like Astro Mouse just now. But when we actually saw, when she walked out on stage, the fan response for her was so warm and welcoming, and you could tell that she was just relieved that people accepted her back. And the reason why I like it is because it could be a redemption story. It could be. I love Ray's story. I did. The writing for those sequel films, horrible. We know that. But I loved Ray's story and the potential in that character. So people have to also accept the simple fact that, number one, yes, Luke tried to reestablish the Jedi Order, okay? Things didn't go the way it did. It was written a totally different way. We accept that. Now, all we have is that vision that we see through Rey. Let it happen and let us see how it plays out. And this is why, and I'm not going to go into it, but this is why I hit you up earlier last week, bro. I was so pissed when I saw what I saw, and I could not hold back because I'm like, yo, they just made the fucking announcement, man. Let it just play out. Let the director have this idea. Don't just automatically, as soon as you hear it, it's just like, yo, as soon as you hear it, ooh, let me go on live stream and just let everybody know my dismay and how I hate this, whatever. And that's going to be terrible. You're tearing it down before it even effing happens. And that's.
By the way, I just noticed Ray Speeder, the Jazz Inc. Ray Speeder behind you, as you're passionately.
Right there, yeah.
I mean, nice.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just look, I know that it's been tainted for a while and there's some sore spots there. I get it, but just let it play out. Let's see how it plays out before we just dive in and tear it down before it really, really happens. And that's one of my biggest problems is that people aren't letting it surface. They're not letting these visionaries, these directors tell the story or tell their story. Like, I'm excited, like, out of everything that was there, honestly, I'm most excited about Dave Filoni because of the simple fact that he's taking everything that he's already built up from the Clone Wars, from Mando, what he's basically built.
Rebels.
And seeing, the Ahsoka trailer and knowing that they've consulted with Timothy Zahn about what's going, and he gave it his blessing, because he's excited about it himself. I'm like, all right, cool. When you basically say heir to the Empire,
dude, when I have to say, people, a little history lesson. So Star Wars died in the late 80s. The toy sales fell off, the droids, Ewoks, Star Wars left pop culture in the late 80s. There was a concerted effort in the early 90s. They knew they were going to lead up to the special editions, and Lucas was going to make more movies. So there was I want to say 91 was when so there were two very significant things that happened.
91 was there.
Dark Horse Comics got the rights to do Dark Empire.
Mhm.
and Timothy Zahn released the Heir to the Empire trilogy,
Mhm.
and they kind of worked concurrently
And
with
change it. Yeah.
each other, and it was huge. I mean, it's suddenly like those Heir to the Empire books were huge. They were huge bestsellers. The Dark Horse comic, I loved the World Devastators and the whole cloning the Emperor. I wish that they had gone. What was interesting to me is that when Disney wanted to make new Star Wars movies, they had it. They decanonized all the Legends books, which I thought was weird. I'm like, why not go back to the Heir to the Empire and Dark
Before
Empire
they
stuff?
even announced The Force Awakens.
Yeah,
That's what bothered me.
Well, that's the thing. I'm like, you had it already. It was, and this is my problem with a lot of these IPs. Nobody writes a Star Wars novel to get rich. Nobody writes a Star Trek novel to get rich. Those novelists write these things because they love the franchises. So I would say the fact that the Dark Horse Alien versus Predator comic, that first comic they released, that's adapt that. It's right there. They're adapting. It's so weird to me that studios will adapt books and comics, but they won't go back into the IP that they already own and look into this vast treasure trove of stories written by people that love these IPs, that thought a lot. I mean, I'll tell you something. J.J. Abrams did not think about Star Wars or Star Trek more than half the novelists that wrote Star Wars or Star Trek novels. And yet he worked in both franchises, and both of his movies, he's made four. He made 2 Star Trek movies and 2 Star Wars movies. I hate all 4 of them. I know, Lael, I don't mean to be, but I'm just saying that they should have all been better than they were. And what's unfortunate to me is that you already had these great Star Wars stories that covered the same territory, and they were so well thought out and so well constructed. The Heir to the Empire trilogy is great. The Dark Empire comic trilogy, and there was Dark Empire 2 as well. They were already there, and they were designed and by Lucasfilm to re-inject Star Wars into pop culture and do it in grand fashion. And it
but do
worked.
you think they didn't because they didn't want to pay like all
No,
the authors?
No, you know
for
what
those
it is.
stories,
Yeah,
or
here's what it is. I'll tell you exactly what it is. They hire a filmmaker that's made a $200 million Star Trek movie. The last thing somebody like him is going to want to do is adapt someone else's comic book story or novels. And the people at the studios, they look down their nose. It's all about no one. If I were to walk in, if somebody hired me tomorrow to take over the Star Trek franchise, and I walked into the head of Paramount, the guy that directed Norbit, whatever, if I walked in and he said, Rob, what do you want to do with Star Trek? And I'm like, well, there's a couple of Star Trek novels or Star Trek comics that I want to adapt. And he would look at me like I was crazy. Well, don't you want to get a great screenwriter like Steve Zalian or a great filmmaker? I'm like, no, these stories are great. Marvel has adapted comics. DC has adapted comics. Why is it that nobody gives any credit to tie-in media? It's like it's the lowest form of creativity.
yeah, it's like it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
Care about any of it, and it's some of the best.
And the funny thing, what they don't understand is Dark Horse Comics, they published incredible alien stories. They published incredible Predator stories. And Pocket Books has been publishing incredible Star Trek novels. There's there's a Rogue Squadron series of books. James Scotchadopel or those books are fucking great.
Yeah.
You could do 5 years of a Rogue Squadron TV series based on those books, but they'll never do it. They'll never look at those. Well, those books are just tie-in. They look at them as marketing. They don't even consider those real stories. And I know it's crazy, but it's incredibly frustrating that there's all these great stories. They'll never adapt them. Never.
But I think this is basically what Filoni's doing though right now. He's finding a way to adapt Heir to the Empire.
Yes.
And I think that's what he's doing. The big event right now is to introduce Thrawn. We know that and I'm so glad that they kept Lars Mikkelsen. I had a chance to basically talked to him at Celebration.
Oh, did you really?
Bro, he's like one of the warmest dudes, like so humble.
Now he's Mads Mikkelsen's brother, right?
Matt Nicholson's brother, and he's so humble. He's so, just really, and bro, and that was the funny part is I got a chance to see both Mads Mikkelsen and Laura, and it's like, yo, like when you see them together, it's like, wow, like you're looking at, legends right now. Like they're having just normal conversations back and forth, and I was like, I didn't know what to ask.
Lars is like, look, man, I'm gonna get a Hot Toy figure before you do. No one made your figure. They're gonna make mine.
That's crazy, but like, I think that Filoni is finding a way to adapt it, and that's one of the things. Here's the thing: everything we know is trial and error. Disney basically bought the rights. They got Lucasfilm, $4.5 billion. We know that. I think basically they jumped ahead of the curve, thinking that okay, we can find a way to adapt our own ideas, take Star Wars in a way that we can bring in just your casual fans, and they tried it, and they think it's like, yo, in every IP there's been a trial and error, even in Marvel. Even though we basically said, or we wanted to see them adapt some of the great stories, even when they've done it, the adaptation hasn't been beat by beat, and they've left out a lot, and they failed because of it. In a sense, in my opinion, certain things have failed because they've tried to do it. They've injected certain things that did not work. You know what I mean? Instead of just basically going off of source material. And look, we always talk about source material. It's there. It's there for you to basically take those beats and say, look, we want to make it, and bring it into the cinematic universe and make it work. I think what Filoni is doing now is he's like, okay, we've seen what did not work. We know what did not work. So now let's basically piece these things together thoroughly to open up, broaden the universe, bring these characters, that beloved characters that people have gravitated to for so many years. Let's bring them in, make them recognizable, and tell a good story. Somebody said in the chat, and we've all been saying that, all it takes is a well-written story.
Yeah.
But
and when you write it, you write these stories, you make sure that it's written, you make sure that you believe it yourself, because you have to believe it as a director, as a writer. You have to believe that it has a level of impact that it's going to, and that fans will embrace. You can't do it just because it's residual gain, because it's just not going to work in the end. Fresh billion doesn't actually look, $1 billion to me, and I'll say this until I die, $1 billion does not spawn longevity when it comes to a franchise, because you're here today, gone tomorrow. It's not going to always be the same type of situation. If you want success, write something that's cohesive that fans will gravitate to, and they'll continue to basically follow. And that's what we want in this universe. Same thing has basically happened with Star Trek. Same thing has happened with DC. Same thing has happened with Marvel. Things are happening that same way with Star Wars. But it's just like all I'm hearing is just constant complaints and comparison. And that's why I'm like, you know what? I'm old. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, look, I think that we live in a world where on one hand, we're getting some of the best television ever made, whether it's, Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul, House of the Dragons, incredible, Barry, Ted Lasso. There's so many different kinds of shows that are on TV that have great writing and different genres. Take your pick. I mean, even a show like You, a pot boiler, serial killer story, even like that, it's wildly entertaining. It seems like a no-brainer that Star Wars should be great. And when we get storytelling that I think is less than satisfying, or that seems perplexingly all over the place, we wonder, well, why is that the case? And I think that what Star Wars is missing is consistency. You watch a show like Andor, not everyone loved Andor. There's a lot of people that think, oh, it's slow, it was boring. The thing I loved about Andor was it actually told a story within the Star Wars universe that I wanted to know, how did the Empire come to power? Like all we ever saw was like the top tier. That's not how a dictatorship takes over a society. It's the mid-level people. It's the on the ground dated. It's the workaday people, and we saw that. and we saw how the rebellion and the empire, that story was fascinating to me. And I know it was a slow burn and they used a different kind of storytelling that a lot of people weren't necessarily used to, but I really enjoyed it. And I thought Andor was incredible. The first 2 episodes, I'm like, I wasn't feeling it because it was a slow burn. But then when it got to the episode 3 and then the next series, then I'm like, okay, I see what you're doing. And Tony Gilroy is an Academy Award-winning screenwriter and a great director. I mean, I love like Michael Clayton and stuff. So that was very different. Now, I will say this. I think that what the Star Wars series have been so far missing, I mean, when Mandalorian first started, these half an hour, these short, they felt like Westerns from the 50s and 60s that I saw on TV as a kid, like Have Gun Will Travel, or The Rifleman or something. I thought it was great. I'm like, okay, it's not deep, but it is what it's what it was supposed to be. And then I think it was weird what happened with Boba Fett. Here's 2 episodes of Mandalorian, and it was just kind of weird.
Well, it's just disjointed. And
that's I think that's what it's not that. I mean, I think the writing wasn't up to snuff, but I think the disjointed nature of it all, because Clone Wars wasn't disjointed. I mean, the Clone Wars overall was pretty terrific. And there's 7, is it the 6th season that was the Forgotten season, so it's 5 seasons, and
because it went to Netflix at 6, right?
Yeah, I thought it was. I loved it. I loved.
We did the 7th season, which was the closer.
I loved Rebels, and that all felt really consistent. And I understand that Dave Filoni is. It's really interesting that you have Clone Wars, Rebels, and now all of those characters are feeding into. We're going to see all characters that we haven't seen before in live action. That's all very exciting, and it feels it's of a piece. There's this whole, call it Legends, but there's a whole extended Star Wars universe that began in animation that is now coming to live action, which I think is great. But what we want is consistency of the writing. That's what I think was missing between Book of Boba Fett, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Mandalorian Season 3. It feels like the writing is all over the place.
I'd say that's almost the same.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'd say that's almost the same with the MCU. To a lesser degree, because like you mentioned, that they bring in Taika Waititi again and make this, it's, this guy's direction is this, so it's going to be completely different than this. And then when people are used to saying, oh man, I really like maybe, Winter Soldier, maybe I'm partial to the Russo brothers, right? And I liked Infinity War and Endgame, and
remember, they didn't write those movies. Marcus and McFeely did, and they wrote there was the great thing about what we got from the Captain America films, Winter Soldier, Civil War, Infinity War, and Endgame, was you had the same writing team and the same directing team. There was a great synthesis there, and they really understood what was going on, and that team of writer director. You had 2 writers and 2 directors, which is fascinating. And I think that really, to me, if someone said, explain to me the Marvel Cinematic Universe in 4 movies, I would say Winter Soldier, Civil War, Infinity War, and Endgame. Watch those, and you might want to go back and watch the other movies, but you'll understand it all from those 4 films.
But then do we just look at it and say, okay, well, you know what? I prefer this style of writing or this style of directing, and then I know that not everything across the board is going to be that way, and just kind of pick and choose, and then just kind of sit back and say, you know what, this one's Thor: Love and Thunder is for this crowd,
right?
But then we might love it. Like I think all 3 of us really love Thor in general, the comics and everything. So
but
when we
the first Thor movie, Kenneth Branagh. One of the great British Shakespearean actors who, directed his first feature film that he directed was himself starring as Henry V. We few, we happy few. The whole St. Crispin's Day speech. And Kenneth Branagh brought us Lily James as Cinderella in one of their first live-action adaptations. First of all, can we just stop at Lily James? Just take a moment. But after that, I mean, that Cinderella movie, there was no reason that someone like myself would like a live-action Cinderella movie. I love that movie. And it's not something. I mean, as somebody who's, I like to think that I'm discerning of whether something's good or bad. I can watch any movie made for any group of people. That movie is delightful. That's because you had someone like Kenneth Branagh that understands classical story structure, understands how to work with actors. When you get, Helena Bonham Carter to be the fairy godmother who's kind of crazy, that was a great touch. And that was just a great film. And I feel that the problem with modern Star Wars is Disney as a corporation is at war with the creators. And what people don't understand, everyone blames Kathleen Kennedy. Let me tell you why people are wrong about blaming Kathleen Kennedy for all of this. Because Kathleen Kennedy is inherently, at her core, she's a film producer. And what she's used to doing is working with great visionaries that are like, I need a crowd of people, so she's used to working with visionaries, and she's like, okay, I'm here to facilitate your vision. That's what a great producer does. A great producer, and she's worked with if you look at her first full producing credit was E.T. in 1982. E.T. 41 years ago.
She's made almost everything we've watched.
If you look, Robert Zemeckis, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, she made your childhood. Yeah. But what Kathleen Kennedy does is she takes these crackpot visionary people, and she's like, okay, you've got a great vision. I will facilitate, and she brings, and this is why women producers can be great, because men are wacky. We're not pragmatic. Women are pragmatic. I mean, I'm not saying men can't be pragmatic, but women are pragmatic. Men, we tend to go off on we're weird dreamers. Not that women can't be, but this is why female producers are great, because you'll be like, I see it like this. We have a cast of 10,000 people, and we're going to be in the desert. And a woman producer will be like, that sounds great, but you can only have 773 extras because that's all we have the money for. Now, how are you going to make it work with that? Because here's what I can do for you. And that's what Kathleen Kennedy is. Steven Spielberg called her one of the great producers of all time because she can see crackpot visionaries and be like, okay, here's how I'm going to facilitate that for you. She was put in a position of being an executive, and everyone is expecting her to be this creative genius. But that's not her job.
Not who she is.
Job. Her job is not to sit there and tell you what movie you should make. Her job was to make sure that she facilitated the movie that you wanted to make. And what's really interesting, what people forget about her, when she wanted to hire Josh Trank, who made Chronicle, to make a Boba Fett movie, when she hired, Lord and Miller to do Solo, she was making bold choices, finding Colin Trevorrow doing Duel of the Fates. She was finding new, young, exciting filmmakers. But in her experience, she's like, I work for these filmmakers. I produce their movies. I expect them to get the job done. Like with Lord and Miller, they were going off page. Lawrence Kasdan, who wrote Empire and Raiders, they were improvising and doing what they do, like making 21 and 22 Jump Street are great. And they're like, we got these really, and the Spider-Man movies, Into the Spider-Verse, now Across the Spider-Verse, great. What she didn't expect is that somebody that she's known for 40 fucking years, which is Lawrence Kasdan, who wrote Solo, when these directors come in and they're improvising and they're not sticking to what's on the page. And Lawrence Kasdan, the writer who wrote Raiders, who wrote Empires, like, this is not, I can't even imagine the kind of strife that went on. Do you think she wanted to fire them? No. But she was put in a position where I thought we hired these great visionaries. I thought they would all work well together. And who knows, maybe they would have made a great film. It would have been a different movie. They were clearly making more of a 21 Jump Street version of Solo. Would that have been
what they told, what the original idea was? They went completely off script and didn't tell her that's what they were doing at all.
And Lawrence Kasdan went fucking ballistic. She's known Lawrence Kasdan. I mean, Frank Marshall, her husband, is in Raiders, was a producer on Raiders. I mean, it's like she's been involved with these people, with Lucas and Spielberg, for decades. And look, I find that the amazing disrespect that the fan community has piled on her is, I find it, I've come out, I've done streams about this. I find it quite frankly abhorrent. And it's people they don't remember.
They have been preying on her downfall now for years. And someone, me and you know, has been praying for her downfall, or saying now that she needs to go. It's just like been a transition, and I'm like, yo, literally people, and I'm glad that you just broke it down for people to really understand her role. She is not the person that these people want her to be. She was given a job, and I think that she's doing what she can. And at the same time, just keep in mind that she's dealing not only with the talent, but then she's dealing with the execs that are in her ear as well.
Well, yeah, you got to think of the people above her too. And I'm not making excuses, but it's just she's not the owner of Lucasfilm.
No.
She has bosses above her that may be like, this is what we want for our brand.
Yeah, and what's
Find
interesting,
these people for this brand to do what we want to do.
And this is the frustrating thing. Now, am I absolving her of responsibility? No. But what I'm saying is she's earned, I mean, if you look at her credits, I mean, what's amazing to me is how the fan community over the last, they look at her credits and they just dismiss everything she's done. You know, if you look like, and for those people, you know what, just as a cursory, let's play a thought experiment here. Let's go to the IMDb and let's look up Kathleen Kennedy, just so people remember, you know, what she's done. You know, what has she done?
Hey, Rob,
we're gonna be scrolling for a while.
Oh, I'm right.
I'm gonna come out and come back in because I'm got my computer up now. So I'll be right back.
Okay, come back. All right.
Gotcha.
Come back. I'll go back to Six Scale Mafia. And so Six Scale Mafia, Anthony, here is what is frustrating to me when Kathleen Kennedy, as a producer, the subject for her comes up. So she has 102 credits right now. And I'm just gonna give you a cursory glance as somebody, her credits, and we're gonna go through them. All right. Her first produced by credit was E.T. She was the associate producer of Poltergeist, of Twilight Zone the movie, of Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. She was the associate producer of Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom in 1984. Gremlins, she was the executive producer. The Goonies, she was the executive producer. Back to the Future, she was the executive producer. She was the producer of The Color Purple. She was executive producer of An American Tale. She was executive producer of Young Sherlock Holmes. She was the producer produced by of Empire of the Sun. She was the executive producer of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. She was the co-executive producer of The Land Before Time. She was the executive producer of Back to the Future 2. She was executive producer of Joe versus the Volcano. She was the executive producer of Back to the Future 3 and Gremlins 2, The New Batch. She was the producer of Arachnophobia. She was the executive producer of Cape Fear, directed by Martin Scorsese. If you remember the movie Curly Sue, she was the executive producer of that. She was the producer of Hook. She was the executive producer of American Tail, Fievel Goes West. She was the executive producer of Noises Off, if you know that play. That was pretty amazing. She did that. She produced Alive. She was the producer of Jurassic Park. She was the executive producer of Schindler's List. She was executive producer of The Flintstones. She produced The Bridges of Madison County. She produced The Indian in the Cupboard. She produced Twister. She was the executive producer of The Lost World, Jurassic Park. She produced The Sixth Sense. She produced Snow Falling on Cedars. She produced Artificial Intelligence. She executive produced Signs. M. Night Shyamalan's Signs. She produced Seabiscuit. She produced War of the Worlds. She produced Munich. She was the associate producer of Persepolis. She produced David Fincher's The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. She produced The Last Airbender. That's what people should really be pissed off about. It goes on and on.
There's no doubt about her accomplishments, right? But so what happens? Is this a situation of shoot the messenger, or because
Well, I
Because
think
she can do that, but does she know Star Wars enough, or like is she
No,
responsible?
here's the thing.
for
Here's the
anything?
thing.
You see what I'm saying?
She doesn't.
Right.
Here's the thing. She's not a fan. She's a producer. You know, and the funny thing is we don't understand that. Like, I'm not defending her and saying that she's absolved of this responsibility, but her job is, she's not a creative producer. She's not sitting there reading scripts and telling J.J. Abrams what he should and shouldn't make. When they hire J.J. Abrams to make The Force Awakens, she's like, okay, J.J., what do you need me to do for you? What do you need
But
me?
then shouldn't somebody interject and be like, hey,
Okay, but here's the thing.
wouldn't it be great if our original members were reunited?
Okay,
Right?
yeah, but that's
who's
not
in
her.
charge of that idea, though?
But here's the thing. That's J.J. Abrams, and that's Lawrence Kasdan. And then when J.J. Abrams is hired to direct, what J.J. Abrams is done, he gets. Here's how Hollywood works. Blame him and blame the people that wrote that movie, which was Lawrence Kasdan and J.J. Abrams. Lawrence Kasdan was the old guy cast aside when J.J. was hired.
Sure, but
J.J. Abrams,
none of the higher ups in Disney would think that, though.
no,
and be
they
like,
don't,
hey,
because
this,
he's the writer director, and this is
so they
what
just
people
free
this is what,
reign on their brand,
pretty much. Here's what Disney says,
and
okay?
that's why the sequels failed.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
No
hard.
direction.
It's hard to get people to understand. A corporation does not write stories. There's nobody at a corporate. There's no Star Wars czar, and Kathleen Kennedy's the president of Lucasfilm. She hires people that she expects to do their job. Kathleen Kennedy is not a Star Wars fan. She doesn't know. She's like, J.J. Abrams, oh, you worked in Mission Impossible. You did 2 Star Trek movies. You've made all these great shows like Lost. We hire you. And she's like, I'm here. I expect you to have a great vision. What do you need? Kathleen Kennedy doesn't go, we really need. She wouldn't know. If you asked
then
her.
I think that's what we need in certain properties.
Yes.
that are
Well, with
decades old.
with these long-running IPs, I agree with you. What the studios do not have, and somebody, but here's the problem. Imagine, if you will, a studio hires a Star Wars czar, somebody who's sitting there and making these decisions, right? There's some executive. What do you think would happen if that executive were to say to Jon Favreau or Dave Filoni, you guys, you can't do this? The first thing that would happen is Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau would go, fuck you. They would go to the higher ups at the studio, Bob Iger, and they're like, this Star Wars czar of yours, this executive that never made a movie, he's just some fucking fanboy sitting in an ivory tower, is telling us how to make our Book of Boba Fett show? And Bob Iger's like, I'll call him. They call that poor Star Wars czar, and who knows everything there is to know about Star Wars, everything in the world. And Bob Iger's like, listen, I understand you know a lot about Star Wars, and you've read all the comic books and all the extended universe stuff and all the legends, whatever. Please don't tell Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni what to do. Don't do that. There's nobody that is going to have, that's not how Hollywood works. There is nobody that is going to tell the filmmaker what they should and shouldn't do. The filmmakers but they're the law. They are God. The filmmakers, and the problem is, what happens is Disney will tell them, Disney's like, okay, here's how it's going to work. We need to get rid of all that old Star Wars stuff, those middle-aged actors. Just retell A New Hope. Give us a bunch of new characters that we can stick in our theme parks that the kids,
and then that's going to be Disney making that call.
Yeah,
right.
That's Disney. Disney's like, if you hear about the story, where did BB-8 come from? Maybe it was Bob Iger. Some executive at Disney saw this new technology to make this droid, this thing, or this new technology, and calls J.J. Abrams up. And J.J. Abrams, he's thinking, well, I get a piece of the merchandising. So I don't make any money if R2-D2 is the hero of this movie. So I'm going to put a tarp on R2-D2. And if the Millennium Falcon is shown and people want to buy toys, I have to change the Millennium Falcon and make it unique to The Force Awakens. So I'm going to give it a rectangular dish, radar dish. Then people know and C-3PO is going to have a red arm. Well, why? Doesn't matter. Maybe he had an adventure and they had to fix his arm. It's red. So when people buy C-3PO figures with a red arm, Bad Robot gets
they get
5%.
a cut of that
Yeah, they get a cut.
royalty
It's all business. No one gives a fuck about how we as fans see these properties. It doesn't. Now, what's interesting is I will counterpoint this by looking at whether you like Picard season 3 or not. I happen to love it.
That's where I was going to go, because here we have that.
Okay, so here's what happened with Picard season 3.
And Lael's, I think, in.
Oh, did Lael come back? Let me put Lael back in. He's back in. So, Lael.
Yeah, I was trying to use my computer, but it wouldn't let me in. It just kept saying waiting.
But I have to say, you look great though here. Oh, you know why? Because it's whatever. I could only have 3 people in at the same time. So what I was saying, here's how Picard season 3 happened. So, you have this show that's built around Patrick Stewart as an actor. And then you had Michael Chabon, who's a Pulitzer Prize winning author. Then you have Akiva Goldsman, who is a Academy Award winning filmmaker. Doing the first 2 seasons, and they're doing whatever they want. Michael Chabon wants to go develop his own book, The Secret Policeman's Other Ball. Akiva Goldsman wants to go make his own Star Trek series, which is Strange New Worlds. And Alex Kurtzman went off to do Man Who Fell to Earth, which is a sequel to Nicholas Roeg's 1978 film or 1976 film starring David Bowie. So there was a void left. Like, who's going to do? Is this
just a happy accident?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, it's good, but it's bittersweet.
But so what happens is a guy like Terry Matalas, who worked on Deep Space Nine, who worked on Voyager, who worked on Enterprise, he gets to come in. There's no one to tell him what he can't do. So he's given a ridiculously short amount of time to come up with the scripts. He's given less money because the first 2 seasons went over budget. And they're like, go forth, my son, and make what you can make. And luckily, Terry Matalas had a group of people that he worked with on another great series, 12 Monkeys, writers he can bring in, Stashwick, an actor, Captain Liam Shaw, bring that guy in. He's got a group of collaborators, his composers, the effects people, and then he inherits other people that he knows how to use them. And so when you get a showrunner situationally, as long as he brings it in for less money, they leave him alone.
He had, to my knowledge, he had a shorter budget and less time.
Yep.
To get this all done. And I swear, we don't know, right? But their streaming numbers.
Picard was in the first time in the top
theater.
Top 10, and next week, in 10 IMAX theaters.
I got the tickets,
dude. You're going to be able before it airs, so stay off social media. But you're going to get to see it because it's on Wednesday night. How many people get their TV shows in 10 theaters across?
Right, so that has to tell them.
Which, by the way, sold out within an hour. All 10 theaters across the U.S. sold out within an hour. But here's the thing.
Amazing.
Alex Kurtzman controls Star Trek. He wants to. He has to have his name to get his money. To get cash. We are now. People like Dave Cullen and Nerdrotic and myself, Star Trek fans are blaming us because people are stupid and they don't know how the entertainment business works for Kurtzman getting his contract extended. It had nothing to do with that. Everything with Picard was done. As a matter of fact, Kurtzman is probably embarrassed that there's so much press about Star Trek Picard Season 3 because for them it was a write-off. They're going to go make a Starfleet Academy show.
Yeah, they're going to go do their own thing. And
with the showrunner of Nancy Drew. Think about that. Terry Matalas not making Star Trek. The woman who showrunning Nancy Drew, she's making the new Star Trek show, which is, Alex Kurtzman's probably friends with her. My question is this. Why does she get to make Star Trek? Why?
Because she's friends with him, and
yes.
Now
now they're like
handing, and here we are.
Because they're not thinking they're making a Star Trek show. They're making a high school college show. There's 50 different, from Legally Blonde to The Breakfast Club, from School Ties to St. Elmo's Fire, whatever.
See, now, why wouldn't they just let Terry keep going? Like, if I was in that position and I looked at the numbers and the success of Picard and the money we're breaking in because of him, wouldn't I be like, dude,
But
great
see,
job. You want to keep doing this because
well,
we're
you'd think,
way
but
better now.
but that's not how Hollywood works. You know, it's all
I don't want to
ego,
make money.
Well, like no, because Alex Kurtzman wants to make money. If you create a new Star Trek show, if they create Starfleet Academy, which is the thing about Picard is that was already a done deal. Terry didn't create anything new. Liam Shaw's a new character. Jack Crusher's a new character. Ed Speleer's character is a new character. But it's all done under the umbrella of Picard, which already existed.
Star Trek Picard.
He doesn't own it. Terry doesn't own that. Alex Kurtzman gets money. What Alex Kurtzman's going to do, what everybody wants, you create a new show like Starfleet Academy. Alex Kurtzman owns or has a piece of, Paramount, CBS owns it. But all those characters they create, if he co-creates the show, he owns those characters. He owns, so if they make a movie, they have to go back to him. Terry doesn't have any ownership. He was a gun for hire, and he made a good show. What Alex Kurtzman will never do is cede the ability of Terry. He will never allow someone like Terry to come in and create a new show from scratch that he's not involved
do you feel like
with.
It's a threat.
Well, he won't get money from it. He's
yeah.
regardless. His job. He owns. They have a contract to make Star Trek through 2026, and it's nobody in Hollywood's ever going to give up power. When you have power to make a show, you're never going to give that up. Fans can't control that. They have no control over any of that. And it's like if you've got the power to make a show, that power is hard fought, and you'll never give it up. Never, never, never. And whether it's good or bad or whether fans like it or not, you can bitch and moan and complain all you want. But no one's going to change that. Alex Kurtzman had that contract re-up in 2021 to 2026? Just because Picard is successful, what people don't understand, that success has no bearing on Alex Kurtzman, his contract with CBS, because it doesn't affect Prodigy, it doesn't affect Lower Decks, it doesn't affect Discovery, it doesn't affect Strange New Worlds. Star Trek Picard Season 3 was a write-down, a write-off. They gave it to somebody because they had to finish it off. They all got paid for it, but Terry Matalas will never get credit. He is not going to get credit, nor will his writing staff get credit for creating Liam Shaw or creating a new Jack Crusher. It doesn't belong to Terry. It belongs to Alex Kurtzman.
But he has created a legacy amongst the Trek fans forever.
Yes, but Alex Kurtzman doesn't care.
Sure, right.
So
I get that. It's just that's unfortunate, right? So he's locked in till minimum 2026. Until they want to do, if and when they decide to move forward from that and go more traditional Trek.
The problem is that what's the incentive? The fact is, from a business perspective, if Paramount or the studio CBS is happy with the shows, Discovery, it doesn't even matter what they're about. Discovery ran 5 years. It was only ever supposed to run 5 years. And people are like, well, it got canceled. It didn't get canceled. They only ever expected it to go 5 years. And just like when you make an animated show, people are like, oh, it got a new season. When I worked on Dota Dragon's Blood, the Netflix animated series, we knew from the outset that we were already working on it was 3 seasons. It was going to be 3 seasons and done. People were always asking me, and I couldn't say it. Well, when is it going to get renewed for season 2? I didn't say, well, we're already deep into working on season 2 because it was conceived of as a 3-season show, and that's what it was always done. So all of these deals and things that people talk about, they're already done. Star Trek Picard Season 3 has no bearing on Alex Kurtzman's contract, has nothing to do with Alex Kurtzman's contract with CBS. They're going to make a new show. Alex Kurtzman will co-create these new characters with the Nancy Drew showrunner because he wants to do that because he gets money. And the fact is, Terry's a better creator than him. Just is. Look at what they did with 12 Monkeys. And do you think Alex Kurtzman's going to let anyone who's a better creator than he is? Look what they did with Clarice Starling. You work. Alex Kurtzman co-created Discovery with Brian Fuller. Brian Fuller wanted to do season 4 of Hannibal. What he couldn't get were the rights to Silence of the Lambs. Well, they got the rights to Silence of the Lambs. Did Alex Kurtzman go to his co-creator of Star Trek and say, hey, Brian, let's do season 4 of Hannibal? No, he went and did his own Clarice show, and look how that turned out. Not good. It's shitty, but that's just the business.
So yeah, I guess so. So we're gonna look at these new Star Trek shows and maybe compare them how we've been comparing them lately, if they're under that same umbrella moving forward.
I mean, that's the real problem, is we as fans do not understand why we get bad stuff. The reason that we get bad stuff is because you have corporations that own these IPs. They're not storytellers. They don't know how to tell stories. They hire people that on a spreadsheet look good. Like, hey, this guy made 10 shows. Let's hire him. Those shows, the corporation doesn't know whether those shows are good or bad. They just know that this person created 10 shows for various networks and things like that. So, and worked on fantasy. They worked on Hercules and Xena. Well, they've done fantasy. Of course they're qualified to do Star Trek or Star Wars, even though
Sure, I see what you mean. Yeah.
they're not. But from a corporation's point of view, they look at someone's CV and they just go, yeah, they can do it. That's all they care about. There's no place at a corporation where somebody sits them down and goes, tell us what you know about Star Wars. What is your favorite Star Wars movie? There's nobody at a corporation that will do that. They just look at numbers, they look at marketing, things like, ooh, this guy made this. Well, nobody ever goes, well, were those things good? Did the fan community like them? That never comes up. They don't even know what that means. As a matter of fact, the people at the corporations are not fans of this stuff. They're not fans. There's one executive that I have met in Hollywood, one executive, one studio head that is an admiral level uber nerd, that if I had my druthers, I would have this person. And they, by the way, I'll say who it is. Steve Asbell. He's the president of 20th Century Studios, when 20th Century Fox. President, when Disney absorbed them, Steve Asbell's there. Basically, all he can do is make IP movies. He was able to get Prey, the Predator movie, made. The Boston Strangler, that's on Hulu. He's basically making movies for Hulu. Then Fede Alvarez's new Alien movie that is working. It's the working title Romulus, but that's not the title of the movie. If you sit down with Steve Asbell, you'll talk to him for 10 minutes. That guy's been working in Hollywood for the better part of 3 decades. He knows story. Admiral level uber nerd. I mean, he's the guy that, and by the way, he's an incredibly savvy executive as well. He worked his way up to the top of Fox. That guy should be at the top of Disney, and they should promote him, and he should be in charge of all fucking IP. Marvel, Star Wars, whatever. And he should be the guy, he's the oracle at fucking Delphi that you should go and consult him. And you know what? He won't necessarily be the final arbiter, but he'll tell you he knows story better than anyone in Hollywood. In terms of the president of a studio, no one knows story better than he does. No one. Not at his level. There is not an executive in Hollywood that comes anywhere near him. And he's making movies for Hulu. What are you going to do?
It just makes me wonder, because if we look at Trek and just the 90s era, I mean, you had from TNG, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and even Enterprise, like they all had this kind of rhythm and flow though for those 15 years.
Okay, but let me ask,
really,
do you know why? And
was it because they were just in syndication?
No,
they were sold to networks,
here's why. Because so you had one guy, Rick Berman, was implanted with the people making Next Generation. He was a studio executive that was going to lose his job. In a Hail Mary, he took over. Rick Berman was not a Star Trek fan at all. He'd made things like Rick Berman is a man of wealth and taste. He traveled around the world making a show called Big Blue Marble. The last thing he wanted to do was work on some crazy science fiction show. But he took the job, and he understood, I need to protect Gene Roddenberry's vision. And he was a hard ass. A lot of people didn't like him. He was very strict and limited in his thinking in terms of what kind of stories. But Rick Berman produced 25 seasons of Star Trek over 18 years, 7 seasons of TNG, 7 seasons of Deep Space Nine, 7 seasons of Voyager, 4 seasons of Enterprise, 4 feature films. He never went over budget. And he had a team of people. He brought in these people, and they made, and they never had to deal with the network. They didn't have to. People left them.
Do you think that's why I meant
totally
it was
alone.
just like a syndicated thing until it was Voyager?
No,
until they went to UPN, but
but UPN was a Paramount network, so they didn't have to. No one bothered him when they were making Voyager either. It was only Enterprise where he had to deal with the proto CW and all that. But they had a team of people. They had a well-oiled machine. They never went over budget. I mean, they knew exactly what they were doing. 18 years they made Star Trek at Paramount. And it was always profitable. It always made money. The movies weren't so good, but overall,
they're a little different. But
they had problems with. I mean, look, what did Rick Berman have to deal with when Stuart Baird directed Nemesis? The studio.
Well, see, I wanted to ask you guys about that because Lael brought up a point on that earlier too, where I forgot what you said, Lael, but that's what I was starting to think about Nemesis, because I was like, on one hand, you've got a guy in here who knows how to produce or to effect, right? But maybe it's not our cup of tea. But then we had Stewart write for 10, and he claimed that he was like a big Star Trek fan. And so they were like, oh, like I promise, hey, Nemesis can be good because I know Star Trek. And that didn't turn out very good either.
Well, there's a couple of things. Like, here's the thing. Here's what happens. So in order to make Star Trek movies, they need Patrick Stewart and they need Brent Spiner. And they're actors. If you were to act, look, they don't. This seems funny. Fans do not get this. It isn't true of all actors. Like Michael Dorn's watched every episode of Star Trek. He totally knows Star Trek. Patrick Stewart does not watch Star Trek. He's been playing the part since 1987. He thinks he knows what Star Trek is. He knows what Patrick Stewart is. And what he wants is to be an action hero. He wanted Ian McKellen's career. And God bless Patrick Stewart. I've sat down with him for hours and interviewed him for the Blu-rays we did. And I'm very impressed. I sat down with him when I was working on X-Men 2. And he's an incredible actor and a great man.
Yes.
But what he doesn't want to be Captain of the Enterprise. He wants to be a swashbuckling romantic lead like any male actor does. And make no mistake, Patrick Stewart did not want to be relegated. His agents told him when he was hired to do Star Trek, it'll never work. They can never.
I remember that.
Yeah. He'll even tell you, it's in the documentary. It's in my interview, what I did with him. His agent said, you'll only have to do 13 episodes. Come to LA, get a suntan, get paid, have a good time.
I remember that.
And it'll never work.
Yeah, he thought he was going to be out here for a couple months, then go back to the theater, move on, and he was like, I was here for 7 years.
Yeah, and now he's here again. And he's happy to do it, but he's in his 80s. I mean, think about it. He started playing Jean-Luc Picard. Jean-Luc Picard debuted on American television in September of 1987. And now it's 2023, and his signature role is Jean-Luc Picard. And even though he's Xavier and he was with Ian McKellen, Ian McKellen's fucking Gandalf. You think Patrick Stewart didn't want to be Gandalf? He was still Professor X, but it's tough, man. And
it is.
So they go to Nemesis, and he's like, I want to go in an off-roading vehicle. So suddenly they're like, okay, yeah, we got to go in the Argo. And then you're like, they have shuttlecrafts. Why would they have vehicles with wheels when you have floating? You can have shuttlecrafts just come down. You can fly over it's tough. It's a tough life, man. And the thing is, Patrick Stewart is not thinking about Star Trek fans.
But Patrick Stewart did have his stint with not action hero, but he did have his stint at action when didn't he play Duncan in Dune, in the original Dune?
Yeah, but it's still a small role. He was not.
Yeah.
And by the way, here's a great fact for you. Patrick Stewart's first on-screen kiss was with another man in 1985's Life Force, directed by Tobe Hooper, who made Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So, I mean, that's Patrick Stewart's first on-screen kiss. I mean, these guys.
We're about a butt-naked vampire that was this female vampire that just roam around London.
The best butt-naked vampire ever.
I think your point is valid, though, to an extent, right? Because Picard season 1, Picard season 2, he did not want to come back and do TNG.
No, he never
wanted
did.
to explore the character and maybe his own personal life.
Well, that was it. He had a terrible childhood, so what he wanted to do was he wanted to turn Picard into musings of his own life, Patrick Stewart's own life, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But when you're making a show called Star Trek Picard, you want to focus on the fictional life, and that doesn't interest Patrick Stewart because he doesn't know, he doesn't know anything about Picard's life. He knows what's happening in the scripts. I guarantee you, Patrick Stewart did not think about Jean-Luc Picard's childhood. He only thought about what the screenwriters gave him to think about. But when you ask him to come back and we want you to play Picard again, the first thing he thinks about is, I want to talk about my own life. How can I bring my own life? So you have his mother hanging herself. That didn't happen in real life, but abusive relationship or whatever. And if you were to tell Patrick Stewart, in the 23rd or 24th or 25th century, you can get mental health has been cured. People who are depressed, you can go get fixed for that. He wouldn't care. And that's the problem. True. How do you get Patrick Stewart to come back and play Picard again unless you appease his ideas? And the same was true of Brent Spiner. That's why you have, Gilbert and Sullivan musical numbers in various episodes or various movies. You got to get them to come back, and they're only going to come back if you give them the parts they want to play.
Right, like I'm doing Sherlock and stuff like that, and just early days TNG. Right, and I get that. And I feel like at the end of the day, most actors are just there for the paycheck, and then the camaraderie that comes along, I guess, with it, right? Because then everybody's like, oh, we're like a big family now, but most of them, you're right. There's a lot of them that don't watch.
They don't watch stuff. They just don't watch. They're not. Right. We want to believe that actors are fans of the shows that they're in. Some are, but for the most part, they don't watch their. I don't watch my own YouTube shows. Why would you? We're on them. Why would we go back and watch what we've done? Brent Spiner told me when I interviewed him for the Blu-rays on TNG, he's like, I've never watched an episode of TNG. Never. Because I was in it. Why do I have to watch it? And he's like, the only time I've ever watched my performances as Data was during the feature films because I was contractually obligated to go to the premiere and watch the films and be there. Whereas Michael Dorn's different. Michael Dorn's a huge... Michael Dorn's a classic cinema fan. Michael Dorn told me the story. He said, when Gene Simmons was coming to play Admiral Satie in the Drumhead, Gene Simmons was an incredible actress. She was in the movie Spartacus, and people on the set were going, Gene Simmons? You mean Gene Simmons of Kiss is going to be and Michael Dorn was the only person who was like, no. Gene Simmons, the great actress, one of the great classic actresses in Hollywood history, he was the only one who knew who she was. He was the man. And he watches all the episodes. He knows. He's a fan. He gets it.
Well, especially with Michael Dorn, right? Because, Lael, you brought this up about Celebration that I could kind of bring in. I've gone to at least 24 Star Trek conventions. So I know the feeling, when you're in there, nothing else matters. There's not really this, negativity. You're just like, wow, we're all sharing what we like, right? And of course, there's always panels and stuff. And Michael Dorn has been wanting to, we know, but him, he's been wanting to do a Worf show forever, which not as just an actor, because a lot of people be like, well, of course, I heard Ewan McGregor would love to come back to do Obi-Wan. Well, of course, right? Paychecks, right? I get that. But, when you listen to Dorn over and over, like you mentioned, he's a fan of it as well. So he had his own story ideas, not rather than, hey, just hire me and I'll do whatever's on the script. He's like, no, I got a really good idea for what I think Worf would be like. That is what a lot of fans expect all the actors to be like, and they're not.
No, they're not. I mean, actors are not thinking. We can only think of people who watch TV shows or watch movies can only think of them as fans. They have no understanding of how the business of entertainment works. And that's why it gets frustrating for me. I mean, I'm a small fry, I'm an indie filmmaker, but I've been working within the business now for 34 years. And it's frustrating to see all these YouTube pundit channels that say all these things. and they betray the fact that they don't understand the business. They never approach it from the business of Hollywood. They only approach it from a fan perspective. And when you're just approaching it from a fan perspective, you're missing the big picture. You are not understanding how the business
you're
of
yelling
Hollywood
at the
works.
machine, but you don't know how it works inside.
No, and people think, well, if
Essentially,
we
like-
scream enough, we're going to get what we want. It's like, no, you're not.
No.
And you have to understand that, you know how Hollywood treats all the YouTube pundits? They don't watch YouTube. They don't know. They don't hear. They don't have to. They click everything off, and then they go to the business of working on their projects. Nobody is paying attention. And
And
the
you
fact,
know what? It's almost like I'm so sorry to say this, but it's almost like, can you blame them?
no, I mean, no, you can't, because the fans have no idea. I really wish that every single fan could show up and know that you have 12 hours to shoot 6.5 pages. And if you don't finish in 12 hours, you don't get to come back and finish. You have to finish in 12 hours. And I wish every single fan had any even inkling of what it takes to shoot even one day on a TV show or a movie, because none of them do. And all of the YouTube vitriol, all that Hollywood hears is a bunch of people going, wah, wah, wah. It's the adults in it.
The Charlie
Wah,
Brown.
wah, 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 wah,
Like-
wah. Because the industry knows these fucking people don't know the first fucking thing about making a movie. So nothing they say makes any difference. It doesn't matter. The fan community, we all want to believe our voices. Let me tell you, our voices don't mean shit. All that matters is, are people buying a ticket at the box office? Or are they watching our shows? You might hate The Mandalorian. Look, the fact that The Mandalorian has taken a big dip this season in ratings, that's a problem. That's all they care about. And they're scratching their heads wondering, well, why is that? Why did Rise of Skywalker make $1 billion less than The Force Awakens? That's the problem. That's all they listen to. You know, and with Picard season 3 finally breaking the top 10 in streaming shows, well, that's really interesting. Do you think Alex Kurtzman likes that, though? That Alex
No.
Kurtzman, no. And I wish that fans and YouTube pundits would start trying to think and understand like studio executives do, because there is so much lack of understanding in these spaces of how the business actually works. And I'm not putting fans down. How would they know if you've never worked? It would be like if I was commenting about somebody's brain surgery technique. Well, this guy, his incisions into the side of the head, they're always messy. There's too many sutures. I've never gone to medical school. Why am I even commenting on? It's just because we watch movies, we suddenly think by osmosis we know how they're made.
Well, I think there's also a fair to play the other side of the fence too. I think that should not be mistaken with valid criticism of something as well, right? That you're not a fan of.
No,
Even though,
not
like-
at all. But when look, say something is bad all you want, and please back it up with great cogent reasoning. But when you start talking about the business of Hollywood, then that's when I'm like,
Right.
what
See,
the fuck
so
do
a
you
good
know?
analogy is you can go to a restaurant and, you know, get a meal that you favor and it sucks.
Yeah.
But you can do that because that's your right. And you have tastes, right? You
Yep.
have things that you like. But
And you're
then
the
if you're
customer.
like-
You're the customer.
But if you're like, I bet you this kitchen is, these guys aren't doing the right thing in the kitchen. I bet you, blah, 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 blah. And you have no experience.
Right.
Right. I see where you're going. Yeah.
And that's what's unfortunate is it is there are people that touch, like, people have been giving me a lot of criticism for other YouTubers that I support that I think are doing some good work with their videos and stepping up. There's a lot of people there's a lot of YouTubers that are really starting to look at the business. And I think it's encouraging because they're reading the trades, they're reading the articles, they're taking a lot more. It's not just hate.
Right. They're now trying to take more of an interest in what's going on.
Yes,
And
in things like
more
stock
informed
prices.
opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and what's
I'm
going
friends
on.
with some of them too.
Yeah,
So,
me too.
you know, I get it, and you know, it's fine. That's the thing. I think people have different. Everybody has different opinions.
But I think what people have to understand first and foremost is no one sets out to make something that is anything less than great. Everyone is trying, believe it or not. I know it's hard to believe. If you don't like something, you have to understand that there are many, many hundreds, if not thousands of people that are trying to make the best work they can make.
But do you say that's everybody? Like, could we use Kurtzman as an example?
Everybody.
Do you feel like he's making the best Star Trek in his mind?
Yes. Here's my thing. Like, when we say that, and I'm gonna, and I, like I said, I'm gonna live on this hill, is a simple fact that we have storytellers who are capable of telling great or putting together a great body of work. We have storytellers that would initially have an interest in taking on certain things and IPs. The problem is when they do gain that level of interest, some of those pundits do look at YouTube, or not even just YouTube, so, any form of social media, and they see a whole bunch of keyboard warriors snapping out, angry, just they see that. And because of that, it really, they shy away from the IP. They're like, no, I want nothing to do with it, because if this is the type of behavior that is, circumvents through the entire community, then why do I want to basically be a part of that and become a part of a problem? And this is why I say that the more this happens, the smaller that window of opportunity to have great work is going to become.
Yep.
And pretty soon, and it's like, and I've been, you can, all we hear is complaints, people complaining about what they don't like, what they want to see. Oh, this is shitty, it's going to fail, attacking the actors, attacking the showrunners, attacking pretty much everybody. And they see this, but then you expect to get something good. You expect to find somebody that's going to do something good. You have an idea who you think could do it. That person's saying, oh, fuck that, I want no parts, because this is what you're doing. You is responsible for that.
You're 100% right. And, you look at somebody like, one of the most intelligent people that I've met in the business is Chris McQuarrie, who won an Academy Award writing The Usual Suspects script. He's now the writer-director of the Mission Impossible movies. He was a producer on Top Gun Maverick. He's come out and said, he's like, I'm never going to work on a Star Wars movie. Why would I do that? He came into the Mission Impossible movies. He made Rogue Nation. He made Fallout. Everyone universally loved those. By the way, those movies are both bangers. He's got Dead Reckoning Part 1 coming out, Dead Reckoning Part 2 coming out. He wrote Valkyrie that Bryan Singer directed. That's where he met Tom Cruise back in 2009, the von Stauffenberg Plot to Kill Hitler film. And he's like, I'm never going to work on, why would I want to work on Star Wars? Opening myself up for this. I am now a revered filmmaker that people love my work. They why would you do it? And yes, fans, anybody working on Star Wars now, I mean, my God, can you imagine? Look, who's not going to take the job? It's a great job, but filmmakers that have, like, if someone gave me an opportunity to direct Star Wars, I'd be like, fuck yeah, I'll take it. You don't have to pay me. I'll spend the rest of my life making it good. But real filmmakers that are really established, like David Fincher. David Fincher was a cameraman shooting the point of view stuff of the speeder bikes when he was 18 for Jedi. David fucking Fincher. You think everyone's like, he would make a great Star Wars movie. He would never. He's meticulous. He's exacting. We're getting a movie from him this year called The Killer. I mean, if you look at it, he made 7. He had a horrible experience on Alien 3. He'll never do that again. And it's like the filmmakers we would want to work on these franchises, who needs the aggravation?
No, they don't want to do it.
Do you think?
They don't want to do it.
I mean, Kelly Marie Tran, cute girl, gets a dream job being Rose Tico. She didn't write the part.
Well, I think that's uncalled for. I don't think you should ever be directly attacking.
No, but she gets a dream
actors
but anybody
having a job.
I mean, I think look at Rey, look at Daisy Ridley. She's a great actress. She has no control over the part she plays. She's directed. The part's written. She shows up. She does her best. She trains. She puts her heart and soul into a trilogy of movies.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
And there's an attack. I want to say something real quick because I see this out in the chat. This Michael Page. Don't know who you are, but I'm, sorry to bring this up. But you're saying that we're talking about both sides of our mouths, that, we're saying that people don't listen. But then the fans, they say that people are worried about what the fans say. No. I think you're misinterpreting what we're basically saying here. We're saying that execs aren't really worried about it, but directors, showrunners, people who basically would want to step in this position and are well capable of doing so, are seeing the fandom. They're seeing how the fandom is basically approaching these IPs.
Right, so like, I don't know if I want to step into this. I'm hearing nothing but bad shit from the fan base of these guys.
You know what I mean? I don't want to step into that because basically if I'm a world-renowned director if I'm someone who's been recognized for my body of work, but then I'm going to step into an IP that right now it's so much criticism amongst fandom. I don't think I want to do something like that. So I think you're misinterpreting what we're saying. It's a totally different breed. Execs, all they're worried about at this particular point, most of them is residual gain.
Well, and remember, the executives live and die by what they make. They don't have any control. If people don't like what they're producing, they can lose their jobs. Yeah. And the executives, the executives are trying to make, but they have no control over who's making the stuff. If you're an executive at a studio, it's hard to explain this. But there is nobody in Hollywood that is trying to make something that's bad. However, everybody in Hollywood is an egomaniacal narcissist, and you want to get as much money. You want to get what you can, when you can, how you can, and you got to get paid. And the problem is, the people that are paid to be executives, they're Ivy League educated business people. They have if I go to Disney or if I go to CBS. And I say, I've been a paid Star Trek consultant in the 90s. I worked on the $80 million Star Trek experience, making that for Landmark Entertainment when we built it. I worked for CBS for 3 years, making documentaries for Star Trek Enterprise and Star Trek The Next Generation. So I've worked for you. Or would they hire a Princeton graduate with a master's degree in business? Who would they hire to work? Who would they hire to work on Star Trek first? They'd hire every time.
But it sounds like it's just a machine. I know I'm not trying to sound naive. I'm just saying it sounds like it's just a machine. That's even I, and they're gonna throw in new people to who can make the most money, and this thing's just cranking out product.
But the thing is, from a corporation standpoint, they have to hire the people on paper because everybody's risk averse. No one's going to hire some Star Trek fan that made one independent movie with William Shatner 25 years ago. They're going to hire an Ivy League, a newly minted Princeton graduate with a master's degree in business. They're always going to hire that person. And those are the people that are working at the studios. A corporation, they can't work any other way. A corporation is not going to be like, wow, you really know Star Trek. You have 1,000 Star Trek books in your garage, in your Robservatory. We'll hire you. The last guy they're going to hire. I mean, that's the whole thing. The funny thing about it is, I don't necessarily, like, fans are not necessarily the best people to hire anyway, because can you sit in a room, like people have always said, oh, Rob, you should get Terry Matalas to hire you to be on Star Trek. Well, one, he's not on Star Trek. And two, let's say he did call me up. Even I would say, I can't sit in a writer's room with WGA writers. I've never been a WGA writer. What would I do on a Star Trek show? That's why people, you're just hoping to get a job. What job do I hope to get? I mean, I'm not a WGA. I've never written a script for TV.
And this isn't the Star Trek of old either. Because remember, they would open up. They do open scripts.
Well, and it's not. And I've actually submitted to them before, but I have a rejection letter from Star Trek. But the thing is, that's just not how the business works.
Right. And, that was a rare thing.
I'm an independent filmmaker. I have a fakakta $1 million movie that I'm very proud of, that I worked on very hard, that's streaming on Peacock. That, by the way, if you're a UK fan watching right now, at the Sky store in the UK, Tango Shalom is now available. You can apparently find it in the UK. So there you go. But no one, people don't even, they don't even like Tango Shalom. It's a crazy little wacky old school comedy. And someone's going to be like, well, how do we expect you to work on Star Trek if you've made Tango Shalom? I mean, it's just how the world works.
How do they expect this lady who's working on fucking Nancy Drew to come make Star Trek?
Well, because she's made other shows.
Sci-fi?
I would. Well, yeah, she made Tom Swift, even though they got canceled. Yeah, but she has a track record, not a great track record, but more than say someone like who's never worked on something like that has. I mean, it's. I know it's a weird. It's just a weird business.
Yeah,
so
it is.
Yeah.
It's definitely a weird business to be in. But the thing is, I like to err on the side of optimism, especially when it comes to an IP that I love. You know what I mean? It's, I want to give it a fair go. Like, people are willing to give certain IPs. Like, for instance, right now, people are riding this wave of Picard right now. But look what it took to get there. Look at
Tango Shalom is not up on Sky Store yet. Now I got to find out because I have a list that's supposed to go up, so it's not up yet. Damn it.
Well, Picard season 3 is a weird perfect storm, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, look how long it took to get to this point. Where you had 2 seasons of Picard that, and I haven't seen them, but just judging from the response, people didn't like it. You know what I mean? There's so many things that was going on within the IP, different judgment calls that were basically made. People were like, what now? I wish they would have actually stuck to this formula. Again, it's in every IP. This is the way I'm looking at Star Wars. Like, there's a lot of things about it that I love, a lot of choices that were made that I didn't love, but that doesn't mean that I'm just going to tear down those walls and not give someone's vision an opportunity. You know what I mean? And this is why when it comes to these comparisons back and forth, when we're getting such good Star Trek, I wish Star Wars would give us that. Well, you're looking at recent body of works. You're not. You got to understand that this has been going on for years. Star Wars has been giving us great content. They've given us these things already. It's just, and we know that they can get back to form. It's just that things take time. Everything is trial and error. And I'm willing, and I'm just erring on that side of optimism to say that it is a possibility that we can get back to that form. But if there's constant barrages of complaints, this is what really rubbed me the wrong way. And this was a no-no. When I saw this, bro, I was appalled. I damn near wanted to throw up, bro. As soon as they made that announcement, bro. Now, mind you, if you go to Daisy Ridley's social media page, her Instagram page, which, mind you, she just put that Instagram page up about a year or 2 ago. Again, as soon as they made that announcement, she has a post on her page that has nothing to do with Star Wars. It was basically her posing for a magazine, nothing to do with Star Wars, but people assholes, and I'm going to say it.
Yeah, I know.
Fucking assholes literally took the liberty to go under that post and complain and just barrage her with nothing but complaints, hate comments, and all that other. It was the dumbest shit that I've ever seen. And I feel ashamed that motherfuckers, bro, that say that they love an IP so much would do some shit like that. Like, literally.
Yeah, that's
bro.
stupid.
That was.
I don't even think I've ever even hit a dislike button on a YouTube video,
bro. It was
let alone go to someone's personal accounts
thing,
and be like, "Hey, screw you!" Like,
well, it's also. I mean, it's. I think that one of the biggest problems that we have, especially in America, is we have a complete collapse of respect from a human level to another human being. There is no respect. And social media, call it what you want, but
kind of dehumanized us in a way.
We have all been dehumanized, and the idea that it's amazing to me that even the vitriol, being online, I'm used to it, but the stuff people say to me, look, I've got a thick skin, I don't care, I get it, but I'm like, wow, man, you don't even know me. Like, I've got a girl, a woman I love, I take care of. I've got her daughters. We have dogs. We have family members. You know, and
Right, go off yourself. I wish this or
it's
that.
yeah,
or it's like,
and the stuff that people say to you, like I my default position is to be bemused because I let it roll off me. But it's amazing when people accuse me of like, you're a paid shill from Paramount. I'm thinking, I wish I could get shill money from Paramount. I wish somebody would. Where do you? Because people have this weird idea that there are paid shills. Like, yeah, who's writing that check? And I'm happy to get on that bandwagon. There is no shill department at the studios, I assure you. I mean, if it's handshake stuff or whatever, that's how business is done. But no one paid me to like Star Trek Picard. I sought it out. You know, I mean, it's you don't have to twist my arm, but there's this weird narrative, and people come after me. I mean, when I have somebody calling Paramount, telling on me because Go for Bo dropped the Picard thing early, and I was like, oh, look at that, and I posted on Twitter, and literally there was a Star Trek site that called the studio and complained about me because I put this thing that was officially released on Twitter, and then it was taken down because they jumped the gun. I didn't know that it was up officially. I didn't leak anything.
I could even corroborate your story because remember I sent you a link like a little while or
Yep.
like I was like, oh look, it's coming,
dude. And then they accused me of like,
because I saw it
dropping stuff on Reddit. I'm like, are you fucking out of your mind? Do you think I would do that? I've been sitting on this. I saw this 8 months ago. I've seen it 3 times. I didn't spill shit, but you know, you have to deal with it because people don't like you. And I get that. I mean, I'm mouthy and I run my mouth a lot, but there's a lot of fans that they don't know me at all. And
Right.
and now there are people, we now have an entire generation of kids that love nothing better than to go run and tell on you. Mm-hmm. You know, when I was in elementary school, if I got in a fight at school and I came home with a black eye or something, the last thing I would ever do is tell my parents who hit me. I would make up a story. There's no fucking way that I wanted
I
my
fell
parents.
on my bike.
I would
something.
never, as a kid, I would never say, because you didn't want your parents to get involved. We have a
But it's
generation
even more than that. Even in like the principal's office, I used to get into scraps.
Oh my
and we'd
God.
Be sitting there, who started it? And
Nope.
like,
wasn't me.
nobody would say anything.
I mean,
like,
and nowadays, kids will rat you out. They are jackbooted thugs that will sell you out to the Nazis. I wouldn't trust any kid, not kid, but the whole generation, because they like it. They want to sell you out. They want you to get thrown under the bus. And I'm like, when did that happen? When did that happen? And I'll tell you, it's really gross, man. These performance activists, because everybody now, see, when we were younger, we reached out into the world. You know, we went out. You had to make an effort. Now with stuff that's online where everyone is getting praise. Let me be a performance activist. Let me come out and make my TikTok video and talk about how I think the world should be. And everyone's going to say, you're right, man. I love you. You haven't risked shit. You haven't gone out and done anything. You've just gone online and bitched. You're complaining. You haven't had to do any work. And because you get the love back, you're willing to destroy people that are out taking a risk. Well, I'll tell you, those chickens are going to come home to roost. You know what? Authenticity and work is going to be the new currency moving forward. If you're sitting there bitching and moaning and complaining and trying to get people canceled on TikTok, the world is going to come for you, and it ain't going to be pretty.
I don't even understand this cancel thing. I still don't. That's how I'm like, because like you said, the way we grew up, it was like, oh, I don't like this guy. He's an asshole. All right. And then I move on. Or whatever. We never had this. I want to end this guy's life and his career and his family. And
but we also didn't have our black mirrors here that will immediately we will immediately get affirmation if you say something online and then you get, oh, you're right, man. You're right. Go get him.
Well, then all these little echo chambers start to form and everybody's validating each other.
Well, that's the whole thing. I mean, I don't get validation. Look, I love all this. I love the YouTube space. I love the audience that I've cultivated because it's a positive audience. The whole point, imagination connoisseurs, it's about sharing what we love. And I end all my shows by saying every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. and all you have to do is listen. Whether you like that story or not, we live in a world where people who don't want to hear from a speaker will try and get them banned from campus. They won't listen and go, look, if you think someone has bad ideas, you should hear those ideas so you know how to combat those ideas. But nowadays, people don't want to hear, oh, those words make me uncomfortable. I can't hear them. I'm like, are you that weak? I mean, let me tell you something. There's no atheists in foxholes. One day you're going to have to step up, man, and you're going to have to be in a position where your phone's not going to work, and the bullets are going to be whizzing by your head, and you're going to have to get up and find out, where is that metal? Where's the metal inside of your bones? Do you have adamantium laced on your bones? Are you going to step up and be able to take it when it comes? Because it will come. And if all you're going to do is run cowering back to mom or dad or your friends on your fucking Facebook group, you're going to lose. And we have an entire generation of kids that do, or people that are hiding behind screens, hiding behind anonymity, that cannot step up. Somebody said something to me the other day online, and I said, you know what? I look forward to looking you in the eye one day. That's my response, man. And I always invite people.
Armchair commandos.
There you go.
Keyboard warriors.
And I have an open invitation on this platform. If you don't like what I say, or you don't like me, or you want to take me to task, you have an open invitation. You can come on Midnight Musings. You can come on Robservations. If you hate my guts, I invite you. I won't even say anything for the first 30 minutes. I will cede the floor to you. I will bring you on this show. Not this show, because maybe not. But if you want, you can come on Midnight Musings. But no one's ever taken me up on it. People, but you know what? They should. They should. I look forward to somebody who doesn't like my opinion, thinks I'm an asshole. Somebody accused me of being a sexist transphobe. I'm like, what? Okay. And then I said, well, you should come on the show and tell me why you think that. I don't think anyone who knows me would say that, but if you do, please come on. And no one has the guts. Everyone's weaselly and snivelly. They'll all turn their neighbors in to the authorities. And it's weird, man. It's a weird time to live. And I think we all need to start. The reason that we have these shows is we can all come and talk and share our voice.
Dude, you know, all of us have different viewpoints. All three of us here on each other for a while, and I know we all think different things about different things, but we can come together. We can have civil discourse and be like, you know what? I get what you're saying. It's not for me, but okay. I respect your opinion. I'm not like, damn, I don't like this guy because he really loves, you know, whatever or something. Like that's silly. What does that have to do with me?
Yeah.
What does that have to do? Like,
let me ask you, it's late for you, bro. And you're still, I mean, it's for you, it's 4:06, man.
Yeah, I gotta.
Oh, shit, it is.
I gotta get up at 5. I gotta be up around 5:10.
Oh my God.
To break fast. So, I mean, not break fast, but to eat before I fast the rest of the day.
Yeah, of course.
But nah, I mean, what I will say about this really quick is the problem is, bro, is too many people nowadays. Being that we live in this digital world, bro, it's just too many spaces where people can be vocal.
Yeah.
Like literally, people can create a page, they can create a channel, they can create, you know, a short and say what they want to say, dip in and dip out, because we've created that. And the thing is, it's like, yes, this space has been created for people to be vocal. Yes, you're allowed to.
Which is great, by the way. I mean, that we have this, it's great.
That's fine. But no one said that you have the right to go to someone else's page and abuse and attack and verbally attack them, you know, because of a view or because of your views on your perception on that person and what they did that did not please you. No one has that right. Now, I'm going to say this. I say this for one particular reason, because there's some people in the chat right now that are guilty of that. They're guilty of it. You can have an opinion, but when it gets really outlandish, that's when it gets crazy. And I'm not saying that everybody's doing it. I'm just saying, a lot of people are
Sure.
guilty of that. Like they really, really are. You get on these keyboards and you start sitting. Now the thing is, now half the time, sometimes you'll type something and you don't know the emotion behind that person because you can't see them, so you don't know what it is. But it's a
the
simple
problem
fact
that you're mentioning too, because it's just making me think about this, is because we didn't grow up with social media. So when
No.
and if you're going to talk about actors, we don't even have to go actor level. We can just go,
Yeah.
on the level of like your peers. But you have actors out there, producers, whoever, writers, they all have like Twitter accounts or social media.
Yeah.
And the people that grow up with this think that like they can talk to everybody like they're like their buddies, or they know each other, or I could just look, this is him. I'm talking directly to Rob. Fuck you,
Yeah.
Rob. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, right?
No, but you're right. But the thing is, people do. And
That's
what's
my point. Like,
what's so
they
funny
don't
to
understand
me?
the social. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Just
Well, no, but you're right. They don't. And what's interesting is, my whole thing is, would you say that to me to my face? And by the way, if someone wants to say "fuck you, Rob" to my face, I'm all for it. I'm not going to go "fuck you." I'm like, let's talk about it.
Right.
Come on this show. Come on Robservations. Please come on the show. And if you think I'm a monumental douchebag that's full of myself, or I'm a raging narcissist or whatever, I would rather have a conversation about that and hear, because maybe I would learn something about myself having that conversation. You never know. Like we make ourselves on YouTube public figures. I mean, Lael, who would have ever thought that the 1/6 scale figure community could be a toxic, vitriolic place to like,
Dude.
yo, we're getting the best toys ever made in the history of mankind. And my God, I mean, it's like, I'm like, man, you got a guy like Joost over there in Holland making 6 scale bat wings. People are, that poor guy, he's just a family business trying to make some cool shit. And, it's funny because I grew up in the garage world, the garage kit world, where it was in LA. What was great, you had VFX people, special effects makeup people, because I worked in special effects makeup, that were doing like pour ups, and they were sculpting model kits that you could buy, resin kits of like Dracula. Like Kevin Yeager would make stuff, and the guy who started Sideshow used to work at Kitcraft on Laurel Canyon, and he would paint up these things. It was just fun. And, everyone understood that it was just some people making some cool, like 20 kits in their fucking garage.
Right,
Now you got a guy
right.
like Joost, who's the man went out. I've got my 66 Batmobile over there. The man went out and got a license from Warner Brothers. I mean, it's crazy. This is cool shit. We live in a time of, there is so much awesomeness in the world. And I understand people can bitch and moan about all these companies, and they're trying to do whatever they're trying to do. And everybody look, man,
Right. I can't. That's what I'm. You know what? I say this, and I do want to say this really quick. That imagine how much worse it would have been for Ahmed Best now if Phantom Menace dropped.
he would be dead. He'd be dead.
Exactly.
He would have killed
be
himself.
Dead, bro.
And that's
He
shitty.
would have literally killed himself because of how fans are now vocally on social media and on these platforms. If that movie came out now, it would have been 10 times worse for Ahmed Best, and we would have probably lost a good person because of it, because of how vocal people are and how easily people can get behind a keyboard and attack someone, not thinking about how they could be affecting that person on an emotional level, a mental level, like literally not thinking about that. You're just going all in thinking that, okay, live with it, suck it up, this, that, and the third. No, that's wrong, bro.
By the way, there's I have a lot of super chats I'll get to, but there's one I want to read. For $50, Ryan has brought up one of the great quotes of all time. He says, attacking actors for terrible Star Wars is dumb. As Alfred Hitchcock said, this is one of the most famous quotes about actors in the history of entertainment. As Alfred Hitchcock said, actors are divided into those with talent and have never received any recognition, and those who have received recognition without talent. either way, they're cattle. And that's one of the most famous quotes about actors ever. And it's true. The thing is, we want actors to be the characters that they play. And they are not. Daisy Ridley is just like a girl that was working, wanted to be an actress. You know, she thought, oh my God, I'm going to be in a Star Wars movie. This is the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. Oh my God. Mm-hmm. Do you think she thinks that now? I mean, do you think that, like, when they announced that she's going to do a new Rey film, I mean, someone's made a picture of her pregnant and people are wantonly making fun of that? I mean, she's a woman, you know, who has friends and family, and she got to be in Star Wars movies, which is a dream come true. She has Hot Toys, good Hot Toys figures of her. I mean, whether you like them or not, and look, I too am critical of movies and all that, but I also understand that I can take the actors are just saying the lines the way they've been written and the way they're directed.
And they're basically, they're saying the lines that have been written and they're taking direction. If anybody that you should be attacking, if anybody that a lot of people should be we're not saying that they should, because no one needs to be attacking anyone, but the targeted aggression should be towards the writing and not the person who's reciting the words that were written. But people challenge these individuals all the time. And when I saw that the other day, I was like, wow, like I could not believe it, bro. I couldn't, but here's the thing is I couldn't believe it, but I expected it.
By the way, I have to say, my old compatriot, Ray Ora, from the John Campea show, I don't know if he's still here, but he sends in a super chat and says, miss you, Rob. Can't wait to party with you in Vegas. We're all going to be in Vegas for CinemaCon. And don't forget our For All Mankind after show. Oh, I have not. What's up, Lael? 6-Scale Mafia. Ray Ora knows. He watches all this stuff. It's great to. I miss Ray. Ray's one of the sweetest, coolest dudes.
Bro.
He's also an incredibly gifted graphic artist. People don't know that all the thumbnails and things that before the John Campea show, Ray is a mad genius, and his sense of humor and his wit and his intelligence, the fact that he makes certain connections. If you go back, I would love to see a coffee table book of just Ray Ora's thumbnails from the John Campea show, because he's done even the stuff he made. You know, send me your scripts. The pictures he made of me were fucking hilarious. I mean, the guy's got a sense of humor second to none. And no, but Ray, we are doing a For All Mankind after show. Don't you worry. That is going to happen. I've loved doing our Picard after show with Bill Hunt, and you know, I have to say, shout out to, you know, one of the great things about YouTube is that doing this Picard after show, I've had 3 of the main writers. I've had Terry, the showrunner. I had Todd Stashwick on the show. It's been great, and that's one of the great things about social media is look at how many actors have started their own podcasts over the last year. Michael Rosenbaum's Inside of You, the Shuttle Pod podcast that Connor Trenier and Dominic Keating have started. There's been so many actors that have started podcasts, and in a way, I'm like, oh, great. So the YouTube space that we normal people can make money on and meet people on has suddenly been invaded by celebrity. But you know what? There's space for everybody.
That's what I was gonna say. I always told Lael this. There's people in this world, man, that look at things in scarcity and others in abundance, and I feel like there's always room for everybody on YouTube, and that goes because you mentioned the 6-Scale, bro. I mean, it's. Woo! I came in.
That's a different breed.
Dude,
that's a different breed.
They were swinging left and right when I came in here. I was like, "Whoa, what is this?"
I mean, I guess it's because I've loved action figures my whole life. And I don't even care what the hot toy figure is. If I open the box and just smell the plastic, I'm like, oh, this is the best thing ever. But man, people are so like what I find so interesting is, do you think they try and make bad action figures? Like if somebody does a bad head sculpt or something, I get it. You know, they don't have a corporation behind them. They don't have the licenses they need. But even the third party figures are stepping up and making incredibles. We are in a golden age of 6-Scale figures. I mean, look at that Queen Amidala that went up. I mean, and everyone's bitching and moaning and complaining. Okay, Paul Rudd's smiling face might not be the greatest head sculpt in the world. You're going to use the Ant-Man helmet anyway.
Put
Who
on the
fucking
helmet
cares?
and just move on.
I mean, it's like, give me a break. I mean, look, you know what?
The other two Ant-Mans before him. I mean,
I've got the suit. I've got the head sculpt. I need the body for my Justice League. I want my civilian, Ben Affleck, Bruce Wayne. I don't have it, but I got the parts. It's great.
I think that's what I'm saying. 6-scale community, bro. It takes on a whole new different face. And we know that there's a lot that goes on. I think in every IP, whether it's 6-scale community, it's sneaker collector, actors, whatever, it happens.
Yeah.
Just think that there should be a level of respect, but again, it's not something that's going to happen overnight. So I'm just like, you know what, whatever. Again, I just tried. I hope for the best, prepare myself for the worst. That's just how I look at it. But I mean, I just think that a lot of people just need. A lot of
people feel insecure that there's going to be competition, that somehow whatever it is that you're doing is going to take away from what they're doing. And I'm like, no, what if they just really enjoy this individual more than the other?
Yeah.
Or what if they enjoy everybody? So what is it to you? It's not like we're, people out of respect, because I know times everybody has different schedules and whatnot. So a lot of us in the community, just out of respect, will be like, well, I'm not going to stream it this time because, I know he's going to stream it this time or something, right? But there's always the replays, the reruns that, I mean, I get it. And I don't mean that in a dick way. I'm like, hey, sorry, bud, but people will watch you on the replay. That's not what I mean. A lot of my views are replays because of different time zones.
I felt bad today because I had to stream against John. John Campia. Because the guy I was streaming with could only do it at a certain time. He's on the East Coast, and I had to make this work. DJ, who's the host of the new show that's on the Burnettwork that starts today, 6:00 tonight. It's called Architects of Imagination. It's by the people that brought you Designing Hollywood, and it's a video game developer podcast. And I'm like, I didn't know much about video games. I'm like, I'm so proud to host this show. And it's really interesting. Evan Cook, who works for Naughty Dog, who's worked for the company that made the Last of Us game. DJ, who works in the industry, who's the host of the show, interviews Evan Cook. And I'm like, how fortunate do I feel? I don't know much. I play video games. I know nothing about how they're made. And now someone pitched me an idea. I'm like, I'm so proud to host it on the channel. And does it take away from me? No. I mean, everyone's like, well, what about your YouTube analytics, Rob? And I'm like, look, I want to build a network. My dream is to have 12 hours of original programming every day on YouTube. I can't do it myself. People will be sick of me in an afternoon. But having King Tannic, who does the Otaku Experience, he pitched me a show, and I asked one thing of him. I said, I want your show to go up. We both agreed Thursdays at 2:00 in the afternoon. His 11th show. He does everything. I wanted it to be plug and play. If you like anime, I feel I'm letting him down because I need to figure out, I want to expand. More people need to know about it. The kid, he's 20 years old. He's doing a fucking great job making that show. If you love anime, although I will say this, I'm going to step in and make him watch some old school Japanese super robot cartoons from the 70s. We're going to have to do a supplemental show. I'm going to make him do it. But, that's what I'm so proud of everybody that works on this channel and what's going on, trying to step up the game. And we're going to have a lot of fun. But that's what Imagination Connoisseurs should do. We should spread our wings. There is no reason to not be. And by the way, though, that doesn't mean that I don't enjoy vitriolic YouTube channels and I'll even say this. Maybe Gary Beekler Nerdrotic is not your thing, but he started doing some produced videos he has 2 editors working for him, and they're starting to do some really interesting stuff. And you might hate him, and I get that, but he did a piece about a edited video about China, the influence of the business of China, that was really interesting, and it was really researched. And I think I'll tell you what, I think in our community, I'm beginning to see inklings of people stepping up their game, because in the world of AI and in the world of, we have one thing that we can sell, all of us, that's authenticity. in an AI laden world, when people look at you, Lael, and people look at you, Six Scale Mafia, all we have is ourselves. Like Tony Montana, I got my word and my balls, and I don't break them for nobody. That's all you got. The currency of the 21st century is going to be authenticity. And the reason people watch YouTube is because they know we're authentic. They know that that's it. That's all we've got. And that's why people ask me, you're a paid shill for Paramount. No fucking way. I like Star Trek. I want to see good Star Trek. I loved Star Trek Picard Season 3. That's why I tub-thumped for it. It was great. I still do.
Yeah. All right. I got to get out of here, man. I got to go here and
all right, brother.
It was good to see you. Thank you. I'll see you next week. By the way, before you leave, give us a quick rundown. Where can people find you this week?
You can definitely find me on the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel. I am back after being away in London. I did my first show the other day, which was of course Say What Wednesday, and then we did Figure Flex Friday today. I'll be back for Collectors Lounge International on Sunday, and then full rotation next week with shows and stuff like that, back in the swing of things. So you can find me on the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel, same name on Instagram as well, and Twitter. I'm never on Twitter, so I should be.
I know, I'm so bad. I posted something today. I was like,
stay far away.
Years.
Yeah, it's been years. Like, I'm never in Twitter. Like, normally what I do from my Instagram goes straight to Twitter anyway, so it's whatever. But yeah, that's it, man. That's where you can actually find me. So thank you to everybody for the support, and thank you for having me. Astro Mouse Productions coming soon. But yeah, just
an inside joke, kind of. Not really.
It's coming soon. But yeah, man, thanks for having me. I will see you next week. Same time. And yeah, let's go.
No, we'll be earlier. Lael, love you, brother. It was great to see you. Arden will be back from London.
Yes.
So we'll be back next Friday.
All right, man. I'll see y'all guys later. Peace out.
All right, brother. All
right, man.
Have a good night.
Six Scale Mafia, you want to stick around, or do you have to go?
I'll still chill for a little bit.
Okay, we got a lot of super chats and things. I want to go through these because
all right.
I will say this: this audience, my audience on this channel is a great audience, and people usually have great things to say. So I know people have been waiting. Dylan Thomas already said that. Darth Plato asked if you've been harassed by the FBI yet. Irene Jobson had said, I love you guys, never change. Binary Sunset Media talked about Basic Instinct. Darth Plato said, stares at Anthony's collection. Damn. Stony Snark says, new Harry Potter project. Harry returns to Hogwarts to teach in the magical new comedy, Welcome Back, Potter. Hogwarts versus Warthogs. Script to follow. Well, Stony Snark, I would read that script. Welcome back. Can you imagine? Oh, yeah. That's actually funny. I would watch that show. Irene Jobson just became a member of the channel. She's an imagination connoisseur. By the way, for those who are members of this channel, know that at 11 o'clock, what is that? 11 o'clock, it's going to be 2 soon. We have another member call, and sometimes they last 2 hours, sometimes they last 5 hours, 7 hours, you never know. So a member call tomorrow, they're always fun. Culture War Diplomacy says, who wants to party with Mandalorians or Klingons? I want to party with both, although Klingons,
bro. I had to choose.
I want to kiss Lursa or B'Etor.
I was gonna say Lursa and B'Etor.
Dude,
why not?
I want to have a threesome with them. Come on.
All right.
You know, they might
High five.
They might destroy me.
Right?
I mean,
hell yeah.
Lursa and B'Etor.
We'll be ravaged.
I mean, I would learn things from them. Hopefully, I would bring my cunning linguist skills to the party. Who knows? I don't even know what that would be like. I don't know the structure of the Klingon anatomy. You know, I don't know if my 45-degree upturned tip of the tongue at 120 beats per minute going down to 45 beats.
I think it works. It's all the same.
So I don't know. We'll see. They have 2 hearts, so you don't know where that's going to go. I mean, what can I say?
It'll be your Parmok.
In all the wrong places.
In all the wrong places, that's right.
Alan Ling says, hey, everyone, definitely do Lael and Rob. Are you guys planning to go to Star Wars Celebration 2025 in Japan? Yes. Yes, and you know what? I have to tell you, I opened an Acorns account. I'm now doing
You're starting to.
doing a little investing. And by the way, it's been working quite well.
That's good.
So so I'm just gonna keep, rounding up and seeing what I can do, and I figure because here's the thing, I do need $50,000 to go to Japan.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. And you know what I'll probably do is,
I need 50 grand for the toys. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to all the toy places, and I'm gonna. I actually have a Japanese buyer already in Japan. I'm gonna call him up, going, bro, because he's been getting me model kits and stuff, and I'm like, I need to come see you, and you need to take me to these places because I need to buy this shit. I'm coming.
You know
out.
what we could do? I could fly to LA, and if we plan it right, Mario. El Professor O,
of course,
myself, we can just get on the plane together and just be like,
dude,
all right, we're on our way to Japan.
Dude, that would be dope. Everybody goes. We have and you know what? We start.
We're all going for the same thing.
Yeah,
right?
we're
Let's
saving now, and we should stay in the same hotel. And we should find, because there is a collectible. Well, I don't know where is it in Tokyo.
Toy Sapien?
No, but there's a bunch of toy. We gotta get it's got to be close. Look, I want to meet Japanese girls, sing karaoke. I mean, I'm an old man. I mean Japanese girls. I say that in a funny way. I'm like, no Japanese girls want to meet me. But
never know.
Nah, it's
Silver Fox, man.
Elizabeth would not be appreciative of that.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, redacted.
Yeah, I'll bring her. She's got to come with me. She'll love it.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, it'd be great. We'd have a great time. So, yeah, we got to do all that.
That'd be so fun.
Yes, it'd be the best. Binary Sunset Media. Wait, BT3. What is BT3? Trigger warning. Creed that, bro. Binary Sunset Media. I don't quite know what you mean by that. Agent Silver Fox sends in a $20, 20 pounds. But this was back at 11. I'm sure they're not even here.
Oh, shit.
Lael, do you think Rob is ready to party with a Scotsman and an Irishman in Japan? Are you kidding me? Come on, man. I will drink you pound for pound, but here's the thing. The most dangerous drinkers I've ever met in my life are Japanese people. Dude, Japanese dudes can drink you under the table. It's a whole different thing. It's a whole different realm. Scotsmen and Irishmen, I understand. You guys are the greatest drinkers in the world. I learned the hard way. The Japanese, they got it going on. That's why they get awards for their whiskey. I'm just saying, never underestimate a Japanese drinker. Don't ever do it. But yes, I think, what do you think, Six Scale? Can I drink with Scotsmen and Irishmen?
It'd be a good combo. It'd be a good time. I think you can handle it.
I think I
especially
can.
if you've been drinking with Japanese.
Oh, man. They're going to school us. Grinning Wombat says, theory. Most of this season was supposed to be the Rangers of the New Republic before it got shelved. I think this was supposed to be Cara Dune and Bo-Katan. That's interesting. That could be true.
I think it was too.
I think you might be right about that. My friend Nick from the Echo Base Network says, the way Rob feels about Kurtzman Trek is how I feel about Disney Star Wars. Mandalorian, I guess season 3, I was hyped for it, but it has been ridiculous, as cringy as fuck. The writing is just bad to me. Look, I have to say, Lael's not here anymore. I know Lael loves Star Wars. He always gives it the benefit of the doubt, but I do think the writing on Mandalorian season 3 has been, I don't understand it.
Me
going
neither.
back and
I'm
forth.
agree with you on that.
I just don't get it. I figured, why wasn't this week's episode 7, start the season with that?
Yeah, the first or second episode.
To just drop you into that. Just drop you in and let you catch up. I would have been like, oh my God, it would have been amazing. And go from there. Let's see. Rain's better half says, how can you love this story but admit the writing is bad? It's nothing against the actors, but you can't double down on another sequel that destroys Luke. Look, I agree. I honestly, look, we are in a very weird place in our culture. I don't understand why masculinity, our biological, is being toxified and all this stuff. And look,
I don't know either, dude.
Men have done terrible shit their whole lives, but women have done terrible shit in their own ways too. And human beings are terrible. I mean, history is replete with horrible things we've done. There's no one will question that, but I do think that it's a weird, like, this whole idea of erasing Luke is bizarre. And Daisy Ridley, she never went through a crucible. I don't believe her as a Jedi master.
Yeah, me neither.
You know, and so the real problem with I mean, I would call the entire Star Wars sequel trilogy, I don't believe any of it. From the first 5 minutes with Poe Dameron talking to Lars von Trekker, Max von Sydow.
I don't even know their names.
I'm like, it's Max von Sydow, and you have him in your movie for like 5 minutes. Like
right at the beginning. The beginning. Yeah.
What the fuck does that like? And then the Imperial. It's just terrible. It's look. Don't get me started. But you're right. My friend Tony Reyes. Tony Reyes, by the way, hero to all, because Tony Reyes is a cool dude. He's also married his best friend, hot wife, who will make Gundam model kits with him.
That's cool.
Smoking hot woman that'll make Gundam model kits. Give it up. He's living the nerd dream. Tony says, switching from Andor to the Mandalorian gave me whiplash. I get that Mandalorian is different, more comedic and campy, but this season has been disappointing. Curious, why have the ratings been low for the show? Well, I think for that reason. I mean, I think that, look, I thought the Mandalorian season 2, like the Bill Burr episode where he plays the Imperial officer and they invade the base and he talks about that Imperial massacre and kills that dude. That was amazing. That was amazing.
That was cool. I like that.
That was a great episode of Star Wars. And I'm like, I thought this show, the way it went back and forth, and it's just been weird. And I don't know why. Cyan Higiri became a member, been a member for 6 months. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Ryan this is before his first super chat. Ryan says, J.J. Abrams is an IP raider, grifting off the originality of others and destroying them in the process. What original idea ever escaped his mind? Well, Ryan, you and I are simpatico. He did make Super 8, but that was completely a ripoff of Spielberg's entire oeuvre.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think you're right. I think, and all of his original ideas, I like what he did. He did Felicity, I think. And I liked Alias quite a bit. I liked Alias
good.
Up until the
started good.
Yeah, I loved Alias up until the second season, the Quentin Tarantino Super Bowl episode where they destroyed Sloan and SD6. I'm like, why would you do that? And then it became goofy. Oh, our man Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan, oh, do I love this. Bob Dylan says, what just happened? Okay, so there's a movie that stars Robert De Niro that was directed by Barry Levinson that is based on the memoir of producer Art Linson. Nobody knows this movie. It is the most accurate movie about what it means to be a producer in Hollywood. Robert De Niro basically plays a fictitious Art Linson. The movie is called, as Bob Dylan says, What Just Happened, from 2008. Amazing film about how films get made and the power dynamics of the production side of things. No one knows this movie. People talk about The Player. All of you, if you want to know how movies are made or get a taste of what it's like to work in Hollywood, the movie What Just Happened, starring Robert De Niro. I love it. I have the Blu-ray. When I watch it, I literally have to like hide. It's so realistic. As a matter of fact, I'm going to start telling all YouTubers to watch it. Tony Reyes said, Rob, I'll see you in Japan for the Star Wars celebration. Also going to have to visit the Gundam Museum and bring back some Gunpla. Yes, I'm with you, and who knows what special edition Gundam they'll have. I'm waiting. Why hasn't, like, if you go to Japan, you can get a 7-Eleven Gundam model. I want a Star Wars Gundam model. I want, like, whether it's a Rebel or an Imperial Gundam. Why don't they have fictitious Gundam mobile suits from the Star Wars universe? I don't know, but I would like them. Son of John says, dang. From the way the deal for Star Trek is set up with Kurtzman's contract going up to 2026 and the Academy announcement, the metaphor analogy is that Kurtzman is saying, bend over, Star Trek fans, and take it. Well, no, he's not. I mean, in his mind, remember, the Star Trek Academy idea was floated by Harv Bennett in the 80s. They've been talking about this for a long time. And from a storytelling standpoint...
the PC games.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a PC game. There's books. So a Starfleet Academy series is not, I mean, obviously it's easy to do because how many shows set in high school or college? How many movies set in high school or college? Hundreds.
Yeah, but the failure of it is that, I think, is that, okay, Picard, for example, the character, Jean-Luc Picard, would always tout that, right? And how he had to scold Wesley, in season 5, right?
In the first duty, one of the great episodes.
Right? So I feel like you would need stuff like that because these are cadets that are going to be Starfleet, and what Starfleet represents has to come from the Academy. So is it going to be like goofing around teenage, kind of like Tapestry, where they were goofing around as kid cadets? Or
but Tapestry was great because they take on the Nausicaans and Picard gets stabbed. But you're right, because look at how we have first loves and rivalries. I'm like, okay, so it's a generic teen show, but done Star Trek style,
right? Like a CW show or something.
And
I don't know.
And you read it and you're like, fuck. Look, for me, I'm like, do one episode. Here's the thing. The first duty, the 5th season episode where Wesley is part of an elite group of people that fuck up under Nick Locarno's leadership, that tells you everything you need to know. The entirety of a Star Trek Academy TV show is one episode of Next Generation. You don't need to do another one. All you're going to do is the reason they want to do it is because they know how to write it. Because there's 100 different shows about that kids style, in it. 100 different shows. So it's easy to do. They'll just
make it like 90210.
Yeah, it's going to be your generic with this, and it takes the least amount of work, which I get it, but it's creatively bankrupt from the get-go. Binary Sunset Media says Star Trek and Star Wars may be apples and oranges, rotten or good. There's a difference. As a dual citizen, I love both. But Star Trek's been unfairly criticized by Star Wars fans. Mando Season 3 is subpar compared to Picard. Well, here's the thing. Look, Star Trek compared to Star Wars is vastly different. They both take place in space, but one is all about, it's allegorical compared to the human experience of today. Star Trek is offering commentary on what it's like to live in our world today. It's always been allegorical, always. Star Wars is a fantasy. It's space fantasy. They have nothing.
Kind of though, right? I mean, I feel like Discovery made that the opposite, right? Where they're not taking it to the future. They're acting as if the world we're in right now is
it was bad allegory.
Well, I mean, right, bad, because I think with Terry, I can't be the only one that thought this, but do you feel that whether it was intentional or not, that the whole thing with the Borg and how they got the people from age 25 and under, and the old people are actually useful, and they're not all drones on phones. I don't know.
No, I think that's absolutely part of it. 100%, and I don't think they'll ever say it, but it is true that the frontal lobe and all that stops developing. But Elizabeth turns to me. She watches the episode. She's like, "Wow, this is some scathing social commentary."
Yeah, I was like, the subtext is still
'Cause
there, though.
oh,
Like,
it's
at least
totally-
that's
it's-
what I saw.
Totally there, 100%. Also, a friend of mine pointed this out, that the Borg in this episode have done the opposite of what Picard was going to do in the 5th season episode, I, Borg. They've created a collective, which I thought was pretty interesting. I thought that was...
Yeah, they should have sent Hugh back. But then we wouldn't have had, I don't know, the rest of it. There would be no Borg in Voyager. For better
Well, yeah,
or
I
worse.
mean, the Voyager... Yeah, I know.
Right, I'm just saying for better or worse. I mean, you know. But is that what it looks like too? Is that the Borg and Picard are the same Borg that Jamie messed up, and they're hurting real bad?
They are. I mean, the Borg Queen's on her last legs, man. You know, it was a Hail Mary. Poor
It's
girl.
pretty cool how it ties together that way.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, everyone's like, yeah, I'm tired of the Borg and all this, but the rightly or wrongly, the Borg is Picard's big bad.
Yeah.
You know, it raped him, destroyed him of his humanity, and if you look at how this story was, well, you might not like it, but they really spent a lot of time weaving in all of these things into the show. And that's why I like it. I mean, I think the characters have never been better, and
I rewatched because my roommate had been gone for a while, so I rewatched like 4 or 5 episodes with him last night because he was that behind.
Yeah,
and it was funny to me, and we see this in other shows too, but I just appreciated it more when I was rewatching these things, and I'm like, bro, they're like telling you the whole story right now.
And you just don't see it.
But you just don't see it, like the whole transporter stuff and all this, and like, and then when Vadic's there and she's like, how fitting for you to be here, you know, like I was like, oh fuck, this all makes. I like that. The second, you know, you see it all. It's like, wow, it's right here, but you have no idea.
And it's funny, people are like, well, why aren't you guys calling 7 of 9 in to talk about... The Next Generation cast doesn't know 7 of 9. I mean, they know she's got Borg implants or whatever, but,
yeah,
you know, it's the family coming back together. And yeah, why wouldn't you... But really, honestly, 7 of 9 is a Borg drone. The fact is, Picard fought the Borg. Picard became Locutus. I don't think they're not thinking about consulting with 7 of 9 because she... anything she knows, Picard knows too. So it's like,
you know, and it's also screwed up that Shaw was right. The irony of it all, him being upset and apologizing and everything.
Don't come on my ship. He's like, don't. I know you're gonna, and it killed. I mean, that's and that's
even
the
when
thing.
in the bar scene, you know, when he's like, "Fuck you, Locutus," and I don't this and that, and then look what happened.
Yeah. No, he was right, and all that. It's really well done.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a good story. Like you're like, oh,
George is here. George, I don't know if he's still here. George, I look forward to be doing some work with George. George says, my generation of fans respected actors who used to refuse to work in franchises or shows where the script compromised the character. Today's actors appear to have no integrity to do what they're told. Love your show. All hail. Well, here's the thing. I think that actors, unfortunately, they don't really have a say. And look at Mark Hamill. I mean, Mark Hamill has a family. He's not going to say, no, I'm not going to be in the Star Wars sequels. But he was pretty vocal about not appreciating where Rian Johnson was taking his character. And by the way, Rian Johnson was just picking up on what J.J. Abrams gave him. And the reason J.J. Abrams did what he did was because there's no money in putting characters he didn't create back together. Make no mistake, J.J. Abrams is all about the business. Bad Robot, they have a lot of overhead. They just want to make money. And by the way, they fucked over Star Trek. They didn't want... the people that were making the Star Trek video game for Star Trek 09, Bad Robot cut them loose. Bad Robot tried to get CBS to not sell any classic Star Trek merchandise. And they were
the Borg.
They were also bad custodians. Do you know that to this day you cannot buy a model kit? Now, Eagle Moss made stuff, but a plastic model kit of J.J. Abrams' Enterprise from Star Trek 09. Now, I know what you're going to say. Rob, why would you want that? Is the worst looking, most disgustingly ugly starship ever. Why would you want to buy one? Well, as an Enterprise fan, I have to own every iteration. The only way you could buy that, they only released it. Rockwell in Germany released that model kit. Now, they're supposed to make one here. I don't know why, but you couldn't even buy a model kit of the Starship Enterprise, which was a mainstay of my childhood. Why? Why couldn't you? I mean, it was craziness. And by the way, Playmates made a whole line of bonuses ever. The old Spock was okay, but the Chris Pine as Kirk, terrible. Pike, terrible. Terrible.
Yeah.
Danzig 1979's been a member for a month. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say before we wrap, I'm like kind of really tired, so I was gonna say I'll probably have to take off, man. I'm kind of zoning.
No worries, man. You're if you have to go, I'll let you go, man.
Yeah, because I'll sit here with you all night.
No. Go to sleep. Why this should not be painful.
I'm feeling it. I know. And then I got to stream tomorrow night too, so I'm like, ooh.
So you go to bed, sir.
I will go to bed, but this is so fun. Like,
it is fun. This is a great
always
stream.
Fun. It is.
I hope people will stick around for a little while. You got me for a while, at least. I always bring on randos. It's 2 a.m. I'm going to bring on some randos.
You bring on some randos.
I'm going to bring on some randos.
But I think it was great. It's been fun. The chat's been great. We'll do it again. And I'll see you next Saturday, too, on my show. Right?
Yes, you will.
That should be next Saturday.
Yes, you will.
Okay.
All right, man. Anthony, you go to bed.
I will. Thank you, everybody out there. And we'll speak again.
Yes, we will.
All right. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you just got me. It's just me. So it's not even, the bar's not even closed. I don't have enough alcohol, but that's okay. Think about it as I'm still haven't finished your super chats. Tips. Sonny Dominguez. My God, it was a long time ago. Sonny Dominguez, the king of squirting. Sonny said, I saw Beau is Afraid tonight, the new Ari Aster film, who made Midsummer and Hereditary. Wow. Still not sure if I liked it. The audience was silent at the end. Kind of reminded me of Mother. Uh-oh. Also saw 1001, an amazing film. The lead, Tiana Taylor, would make an amazing Storm. 1,000. Wow, you went to Sunny. Thank you for that. Good to hear from you. And you make me want to see those. I do want to see Beau is Afraid. I absolutely want to see it. I will go. I didn't go this weekend. Stubble McShave, all the way from Sweden, says, I saw a remastered version of Clapton's 24 Nights. Will have a theatrical release. It's from his legendary shows at the Royal Albert Hall. It doesn't play anywhere near me, otherwise I might have gone, even though he's not my favorite performer. Well, I would like to see that. I'm a big fan of Clapton. I love concert films. I have a lot of concert films on Blu-ray. I've got multiple versions of Prince's Sign of the Times. David Gilmour. I've got a lot of music. I stopped making sense, although they're reissuing that, so I have to buy it again. I'm a big fan of concert videos. I like to put them on when I'm working or whatever, but I would love to see it. I would buy that. They'll probably put it out on physical media. I'll pick that up. I would pick that up, absolutely. Let's see, where was I? Danzig. Mark Alani says, bring back national service. I totally agree. I'm a huge advocate of that. I think the United States, for those of you who don't know, here's let me throw this idea out. Like in Israel, for instance, when you're 18, you have to serve in the military, and they're not the only country. I think the United States should adopt a national service program where every American from the age of 18 to 20 is in a national service program. What does that mean? You must serve your country. Now, you'll get paid for it, But I would like to see people would have to live they'd have to move 1,000 miles away from where they're living. And you can do whatever you want, whether it's military service, whether you work in an old folks home, you do some kind of national service, something. You're paid for it, but for 2 years you have to do it. It's mandatory. I think it'd be great for morale for the country. I think it would be great for people to understand and meet other people from around the country. I think it'd be a great thing. I'm a big advocate of national service. I really am. I honestly believe that that's true. So, Marcolani, I believe in you. George the Giant Slayer comes back and says, I completely agree that cancel culture is a cancer in the mainstream bloodstream, and authenticity, like you said, is the coin of the realm. All hail, love, Picard. Well, thanks, George. You and I, we're going to work together, and clearly we see eye to eye. V gifted 5 Burnettwork memberships. Well, thank you, V. I very much appreciate that. For those of you who don't know, in 9 hours, there's a membership call that starts. Well, you'll see me right here at 11, and where members we hang out and chat. You can ask me anything you want. So if you're a member of the channel, we will do that. Arwix123 says, this is great. Arwix123 says, I'm going on a date with a really hot model, believe it or not, to see Super Mario Brothers on Sunday. Went over and played some video games for a couple of hours. A little intimidated. Love the show. Well, I would say this. You know what you know what you should do? I think, John Campea has a good advice about this. The thing about it is, if you go, well, I forget. Did you go see the movie first? The thing about going to a movie with a date is, if you go to see a movie with a date, you sit in the dark and you guys don't talk. I always think that you should meet, have a conversation, get to know each other first. And if you want to go to a movie after, if you have a great dinner with somebody, well, leave it open. Because when you go to a movie with someone, my thought is, you're sitting in a darkened theater, you're not talking. What you want to do on a date, first date, is you want to go somewhere and get to know each other. Going to a movie is cool, but I would say that go to dinner first and get to know each other. Have the movie there as an option. But if the dinner goes well, then maybe take your friend to dessert. You don't need to go to a movie. I'm not a big advocate of movies as a first date thing. Where you want to go is to a place where you can talk, get to know each other. Because you never know where it's going to lead. I'm just saying. Movies are passive. When you take somebody out on a first date, you want to be active. You want to share yourself. You want to look into their eyes. Have fun. Get to know one another. But I give it up to you, RX. I hope it's good. Smokey Vandross says, how do you feel about the Hasbro face scan? Well, I've never done it. I would assume, are they scanning you so you can make your own action figure? I'd do it. I'm not worried about whether my face is going to be used for some nefarious purpose. I'm old, I'm on the internet so much, but no, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an opinion. Yeah. V says, I just wondered if Taylor is going to be on your show at some point, as he left John's YouTube channel. I think you mean Taylor Gonzalez. Okay. For those of you who might not like, I love Taylor Gonzalez. I mean, he'll tell you he's gay. I'm not telling tales out of school. When I say I love him, I don't mean like, he's got a great boyfriend who I love. When I say I love Taylor Gonzalez, I say that as a person. I love that guy. By the way, he has journalism degrees. He's a fantastic writer. And will we do a show together? I mean, he just left the John Campy show. Well, it's not today, yesterday. I would love to work with Taylor. I love Taylor. I'm a huge fan. I think he's one of the funniest people I ever met. He's incredibly quick-witted, and you know, Jonathan Voico taught him how to produce shows. So, you know, if there was a possibility of me doing a panel show, and there is, I would rather not run it. I would rather have someone else produce it, who also would be an on-camera personality. And having seen how quick-witted Taylor is producing shows, anybody would be great to have him. And while I'm not saying anything, because I haven't really discussed this with him, if there was a possibility to hire him, I would be a fool not to. That's all I'm saying. Tom Jr. Jackson says, "Yo, Rob, how's it going, buddy?" I think it's going well. Great interview with DJ, and both Martika and Marilyn were in the chat. Really? I didn't know that. I know that Martika was there. I thought it was that was a great show. I love that show. It was really good. Smokey Vandross goes, "Hey, Rob, OG Trek episode, The Menagerie." Actually, it's 2 episodes. The Menagerie Part 1 and 2 from the first season, the 66, 67 season. Did they leave Pike there? And also, why do you hate Strange New Worlds? It's more Trek than JJ's, which is what got me into Trek. Okay, here's the thing. To me, Strange New Worlds is a faux version of Star Trek. It's the Vegas showgirl. It's the Vegas nightclub version. Admittedly, it's the big, lavish Vegas show version of Trek. I think it's monumentally dumbed down. I don't believe it. I don't believe the sets. I don't believe the costumes. I think Anson Mount's an incredible performer, very handsome guy, and I don't believe that any of it's real. It is the Vegas version of Star Trek, and the storytelling, same thing. Not a fan. Although it's better, but there's no effort to make it authentic at all. I don't buy any of it. Because it's made by people that don't take Star Trek seriously. They just don't. They'll tell you they do, but you can tell. The final episode of the first season, the bastardization of Balance of Terror, shows me that Strange New Worlds, as much as I might like some of it, what they did to the Gorn, inexcusable. It's not Star Trek. Yeah. But I know where you're coming from. I get it. Our friend S. Beam is here with the fist bump super sticker. Thank you for that. Romy Forever says, "Here's to hoping that we get a new Star Trek show out of Picard. I can't live on a teeny bopper Starfleet Academy alone. No one can, and the idea of doing that is dumb. Because Star Trek fans are going to be like, can we get to space already and go have adventures? Nobody cares." Here's my problem. You know, the great shows, like I've often said that one of my favorite TV shows of all time is Friday Night Lights. And The West Wing, another favorite. I've said that if there was a Star Trek show that was somehow set in East Texas about football, Friday Night Lights would be the Star Trek show. I mean, to me, Friday Night Lights is what Starfleet Academy should be. The problem is, the Starfleet Academy that they want to make is in the 31st century. And even the idea of a Starfleet Academy 1,000 years from now makes no sense. It would look so different. But what they want to do is they want to make a school show that's contemporary to today. The writers would have to extrapolate on what would it mean. The Star Trek future, as shown in Star Trek Discovery, is the most unimaginative, frankly, stupid future that's ever been portrayed in science fiction. Humanity is going to be very, very different 1,000 years from now. They're not going to be going to Starfleet Academy, not the way that we would have Starfleet Academy today. And the way they describe it, it's rivalries, it's first loves. Give me a fucking break, really?
because they don't know how to write the future. They don't know how to write science fiction, and they're certainly not thinking about making something that's interesting. What they want to do is they want to make Vampire Academy. They want to make 90210. They want to make Cruel Intentions. It's easy. Slap a Star Trek name on it, and then, they'll capture a certain part of the audience, but no one's going to buy it. It's a stupid idea, and I certainly I'm not going to do it. Alex Detman says, Rob, it is always a great stream with you, bud. Alex, thank you. I appreciate that. It's very nice of you to say. It's always good to have you. V gifted another Burnettwork membership. That was very nice of you to do that, V. I appreciate that. Marco Lani said, I met last night. By name, by nature. If that was her at 10%, God help us all. By the way, Air was incredible and the soundtrack equally so. Marco Lani, I have not seen Air. I'm glad you met. That's great. And I love the idea that Ben Affleck made this movie. I'm a huge Ben Affleck fan. It's his fifth feature behind Gone Baby Gone. He made The Town. He made Argo, which won Best Picture. He also made Live by Night. And Air is his fifth feature. I think he's a tremendous filmmaker. I've always loved Ben Affleck. I loved him as Jack Ryan in Sum of All Fears, man. Big fan. Nick from the Echo Base Network. What are you doing up, Nick? Thanks for the support, buddy. Gene Roddenberry is probably rolling over in his grave with Kurtzman Trek. Oh, I think you're absolutely right. 100%. 100%. You know what? I thought I was going to bring randos on, but it is 2 a.m. And I do have a member call. And I think it's time. The time has come. You got to know when to fold them. Know when to walk away. Know when to run. I think I'm going to bring this episode 47 of Midnight Musings to a close. I want to say to everybody, first of all, honestly, I want to give a heartfelt thanks to everyone out there that's become a member of this channel since I've left the John Campea show. Not entirely, but everyone's been so nice and so supportive, and I can't thank you guys enough, and all the new members and all the new subscribers of this channel. It really means a lot. We're expanding. We're going to do more things. I want to point out tomorrow, because it is really the Burnettwork. A lot of people get mad when they get notifications if it's not me on the show, but remember, I would say this, I am trying to build a network, and my dream would be to have 12 hours of great programming that services all imagination connoisseurs. We're not geeks and nerds here. We are imagination connoisseurs. And what I want to do is when I was pitched a show about video games and the making of video games, I'm like, nobody's doing that on YouTube. And tomorrow night, it's DJ's first show, so it's the first time he did it. Give him a little credit. But it's going to get better and better every week. And I'm really excited to have Architects of Imagination, which debuts at 6 p.m. on the channel tomorrow. And Evan Cook from Naughty Dog is being interviewed by DJ. And I did a Robservations today where DJ came on, and we had a great conversation. I learned a lot. I was like, wow, man, I didn't know a lot about this stuff, but I thought it was a great stream. And sponsored by the John Campea show, by the way. And so I thought it was great, and I was very excited about that. So it was really very cool. So anyway, I want to thank all of you imagination connoisseurs, for being here tonight. I'm going to end this stream. Remember, you members, we have a member call tomorrow at 11 a.m. So it'll be fun. And I would say to all of you, remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen. And with that, I would say to everyone, have a better night. And I'll see you, in 9 hours. 9 hours.